Namaste, big love, peace, honor, respect. Whoops, try not to knock the microphone. To anybody and everybody that's here and arriving, we've just popped in a bit late. Been running around like a crazy fool trying to get everything sorted. My little boy just made himself some money picking up the rubbish. His mom has this habit of leaving a big bag of rubbish outside. The dogs rip it up, and it's like, oh wow, the dogs ripped it up. And then she says she doesn't want to take responsibility for this. I must deal with it. She doesn't care. So I got verbal. I was just pointing out what kind of an idiot does it like 3 weeks in a row and doesn't realize that it's going to happen again. So she's all offended. It's really, really interesting because like the podcast that we're doing, right? So she goes into a room all angry. Like, how dare he say what kind of a half-wit idiot would do that like again and again and again. I didn't call her a half-wit idiot, but I may as well be. And she starts chanting, and I noticed she's reading from the Bible. And then I'm listening to what she's reading, and she's reading about how she's going to go and find like the best, like I think bull or whatever, and she's going to do a sacrifice. And I was like, oh my God, she's not even listening to what she's saying. And I think this is a typical thing. And I came out of the shower and I made a joke with my son. I was like, you see, that's what you call half-ass witchcraft. Reading a Bible verse that involves making a sacrifice, right? And not being aware of what you're saying. So with that in mind, how much witchcraft is there in the Bible exactly? Just how much of the Bible is witchcraft? This is a really interesting idea. It's an interesting question to ask. And it's right on point because we're going to be talking about Ishtar Inanna, Esoteric Secrets of Ishtar. We didn't have Inanna in the heading. Oh, I thought I put Inanna in the header. I meant to change it. I didn't change it. That's okay. Namaste, dear Kali. I hope you're well. I hope everybody's thriving and everybody's having a good day. Yeah, it's quite a big thing, really, when you think, Namaste, hello, Bone Hawk. How are you? I hope you're having a good. I saw a message from you. I haven't been able to look at my messages yet. But before we start with the Ishtar Saturnian magic and the devil's bonds, and you can see it there in the little thumbnail that I made. I think sort of the implication is already there. We will be able to dive into that, and there's going to be quite a lot of related topics. Oh, and today is the 15th, psychic number 15, which is the card of the devil, right? 15 is a very magical number, of course. It's the center of the Saturn square. We're going to get to that. We're going to touch on base with all of these things. And 69, well, today is the 15th of the 8th month. So 15 plus 8, right? 23. It's the 20th century. 43, right? And it's the 26th year of that century. 69. So we're here to get our kicks on Route 69. And 69, 6 plus 9 is 15, right? So it's a psychic number 15, right? And the full complement number of the day is 69, which breaks down to 15, which breaks back to 6, back to Venus, Venetian. Venus being Ishtar Inanna. When we take a look at how these things all tie in together. And then again, of course, the Saturn 15 is at the heart of Saturn's breast, shall we say. Venus and Saturn share this soft spot because in a way they're opposites, but in a way they fulfill each other's mandates, which is interesting. So yeah, without any further ado, it's an honor to be here with the likes of you. You guys in the chat, Patrick, welcome. LaCroix, big love. Namaste. And with Cosmic and Indie Sage to dear brothers, long-standing round tablers. So let's jump into it. Cosmic is a channel, but he doesn't channel in the way that Bashar channels. He has a relationship with the Fae. They've been feeding him bits of wisdom, bits of knowledge, bits of this, bits of that. We also have dear Indie Sage. He's a shadow worker. This conversation is right up his alley, because the devil card is quite steeped in shadow work, facing one shadow. And he is an anthropologist at heart, deeply embedded within the Tao, as well as Vedic and Western occult and mysticism as well. And he's a great researcher as well. He spends a lot of time looking into all sorts of ancient mysteries. So between the three of us, we've got a lovely little ensemble here. Without any more blabbering from myself, dear Cosmic, please tell us a little bit about yourself and Indy as well.
So basically, I've been working with the Fae, and they've been basically teaching me this whole extra-dimensional epistemology about sort of dividing the universe into Zerfax bubbles. And one of the things I've kind of realized lately about my philosophy is that it actually is, in a kind of sense, a form of objective idealism. Now, I always thought of subjective idealism as kind of like having like all the components of the universe. But what I've been thinking, I was listening to a lecture about the philosopher Immanuel Kant, who had this kind of like more subjectivist take on Christianity. And he was basically kind of talking about how, you know, we can't really know anything because reason alone can't understand God. So in a lot of ways, it kind of divides realities into sort of, here's the real reality of God, and here's the false subjective realities. But I realized that with Zarfaxology, if everything can be sort of, you know, experienced as a Zerfax, then there really is no such thing as sort of like a real or a fake Zerfax, an illusory or a real, you know, Zerfax or whatever. So in a way, they all kind of exist. And because they all sort of, you know, experientially exist, then I had to realize that this is actually more of an objective form of idealism than a subjective form of idealism, but really getting into like the philosophical weeds, you know, of this stuff. So that's been a lot of fun. And without further ado, Indy, take the mic from here.
All right, so glad to be here. And this topic really excites me because I've been trying to whistleblow on Asherah being part of the Bible, the Queen of Heaven, secret wife of God, the walker on the primordial waters. And, you know, it's debatable whether she was paired with Yahweh, although in some doctrines it is mentioned that she was. And I like to think that she was more likely to have been paired with El Shaddai, the elder, more ancient, oldest god that was associated with the Twin Peaks. So that in itself is very maternal, let's say. And also, Saturnian magic is always fascinating to me, and I'm sure we're going to be going into some Saturn square magic as well, which is always exciting and very resonant to my understanding, because the Saturn square is also connected to the Bhagawa square, which is basically where the yin yang and the 64 trigrams were derived for the I Ching. So it's really the root of a lot of ancient Chinese wisdom, and me being an ancient philosophical Taoist holds strong resonance with me. Also, I have a strong connection with Fu Ci and Nuwa, the creator Syzygy of the Chinese cosmogony. And so as far as the devil's bonds, that's also something that's very interesting to me and very closely related to shadow work, in the sense that the devil and tarot, as well as death, are sometimes associated with being like a ominous thing. But a lot of people that are well versed in tarot know that the devil means temptations, and maybe subjugation to those temptations, or some transgressive ways possibly that have kept you down and chained by your own latches. And then Also, the Death tarot card is usually associated with people that are unfamiliar with tarot in the exoteric way as being like really literally associated with death, whereas people that are well versed in tarot usually know that death means can be interpreted as, you know, releasing something, having something pass and be purged and moved on from, letting something within you die that no longer served you, for example, and things like that. So I'm excited to hear that 15 is the number of the devil. This is interesting to me because 15 has always been one of my favorite numbers, and I associate it with 555, which to me is like a magical number. I feel like 555 is the number of the divine, whereas 777 is more of a number of luck. But I guess those can be flipped, or 777 could be angelic. It's debatable. I would love to get down to some of that later if we can get into it and we have time. But yeah, let's get going with our excellent talk today. Lovely subject. And I see we have Agartha with us today over here with Franklin. Good to see some animals on the show.
Yeah, man, he's a sweetheart. Oh, by the way, Howard. Yeah. Hollowbone Hawks was saying, Howard, that it works better. Apparently, the native, not vertical stream works better on a phone. I don't know if it depends what handset you got. We're all rocking Samsungs here in South Africa because Apple died a long time ago. And like, no, a lot of people do rock the Apples here, but come on, man. Do you need to get spied on? I don't know. The spyware is bad enough on the Samsung as it is. To upgrade to an Apple is just to pay money for less rights. But yeah, she says the chat room's better. Oh, Howard, are you still around, by the way? I don't know if you're here. Just give me a thumbs up if you're here. I saw Howard's picture on Facebook a little while ago. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find it. Howard's Facebook picture. I don't think I'll find it. But it was pretty cool. It was about cannabis, and he was posing with his girlfriend. And yeah, that was pretty sweet. But yeah. Oh, you joined a conversation on the panel. Yes, sweet. Howard, are you on Telegram? Are you on Telegram, Howard? Are you on Telegram? Telegram. Oh, is that a different Howard? Okay. I can't keep track of which Howard is which Howard. That is a different Howard. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Are you on Telegram, Howard? Because I already have the link there ready to serve. The only reason I don't put it on the channel is because there are a lot of people that come to watch and they just come past and they might just on your phone. You don't have Telegram installed on your phone, do you? Or do you? If you don't, Telegram rocks. It's the one, baby. Let me see if I can dig up the link. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Okay, give me a second. I'll just have to go and find it quickly. Yeah, man, it'd be lovely. Howard. Nice to see you, brother. No. There we go. Okay. There it is. So you should be able to click that, and that should be able to bring you straight through here. Let's hope we don't get Facebook trolls. Although I don't think we get that many trolls in this chat, luckily enough. We get the odd few, but not too many, just enough. We get the right.
Every once in a while, one comes along.
Whenever Drugas doesn't have anything to do, he'll pop in here.
Yeah.
On a different name, as a her or a she, it, or a it, she, or a he, she, or she, he, she, it, she. And it, she, he, she, it. Yeah, Cosmic, you didn't say much. How are you doing, man? What do you think, of the topic today, you know? Devil representing attachment to materialism. Is it something up?
Yeah, there's definitely some relevant bonds over in that kind of idea. And I've been kind of thinking lately about how, like, in a lot of in Zerfaxes, right, and how there's a certain Zerfax for that type of perception, and that if whatever you believe in, that's what you think consciousness is. So, for example, if you're like an atheist type, you view consciousness as Zerfaxal, logical, intellectual, etc., etc. And I think with materialism, I think one of the most important aspects to consider in regards to materialism is its determinism. There's a deterministic aspect and a fatalistic aspect to matter that really I think in a lot of ways can be controlling, but also for some can really be seen as a source of power, because if matter is deterministic, how powerful could it be that if I am the one in control of the determinism, if I, the magician, am using my black magic to control the deterministic flow of this universe?
Welcome, dear Howard. For those of you that know Howard, you should know Howard because Howard's always on the chat. It's cool to see Howard here in the flesh in. We should do this more often. Like we should have like guests joining us from the chat from time to time. Like maybe like every week have a guest. I like that. Well, welcome, dear Howard. I'll let you introduce yourself. I know that he's a man of many ideas. He's done a lot of research. He's deeply embedded within occult philosophy. But you tell us about yourself, dear brother, and namaste. It's an honor to have you here. Love.
Yeah, thank you, Franklin. Yeah, so I'm actually not that. I suppose I've only been doing this for a couple of years. Like 3 years, 4 years maybe, and so I don't consider myself like a deeply educated occultist or anything, like, but I'm still studying and researching a lot of things. But yeah, so I'm more like a philosopher really, but yeah, like I'm more like intuitively just experiencing what this is, and I'm learning along the way, and but yeah, I'm trying to think of a better introduction right now, but I'm just like, yeah, it's great. I've been following your guys' this channel for like, I will say a year, a little more than a year, yeah. And yeah, especially in the beginning, I remember the episode you guys did on on I don't remember the video, but it was like I posed a question like, thoughts are spirits, and that sparked the whole like thing in my own head, and I've been basically just like trying to figure these things out, but yeah, it's always good to just like have perspectives on everything. Yeah.
Well, dear brother, it's lovely to have you. If we could all mute our mics when we're not talking, it prevents feedback. Oh, I'm rocking my new camera. I hope it looks okay. I hope it looks good. I think it looks good from my end. So like I've upgraded the camera. My little boy's so happy because he gets my other camera. He loves that camera. So yeah, Howard, it's an honor to have you, man. And you're right. I remember that comment about thoughts are spirits and spirits are living beings. And I suppose that sort of brings us into this whole idea of the devil's bonds. The devil specifically representing, the major arcana idea of the devil. I don't mean the Christian devil, although, I don't think the Christians know who the devil is. I think they've got a lot of different ideas about the devil. And you ask every different Christian and they all got a slightly different idea. And now a lot of Christians don't believe that the devil exists. So I'm like, I don't know what to say. Like, which way to turn? Like, is there a devil? Is there a devil? You guys don't seem to know. I'm pretty sure that the idea of the devil is firmly embedded within our hearts. Namaste, Darlene. But yeah, so when we're talking about Saturn and we're talking about the devil's bonds, it's about the attachment to the physical realm, attachment to materialism, attachment to what our desires can achieve. And this, if we look at it fundamentally on like a really sort of fairly like open landscape, effectively means that there's some kind of a living bond between matter and humans. So what is that living bond? Well, I propose that the living bond is that the matter is made out of living beings, and those living beings are thoughts. And because the living beings are thoughts, and the thoughts are the structure that we see when we're looking at all these little subatomic and atomic parts, is essentially this field of living matter. So yeah, I think like that's a good place probably for us to start dancing on the show, man. What do you guys think about the way in which this relates to our desires, specifically desire? What is desire? What would you guys throw out there?
I would say that desire is associated with a lack. And so, like, a lot of people say, like, if you focus on your desires, then they'll manifest. But I think this might be one of the good things that comes from the law of attraction teaching, is that desire in itself is imbued with a lacking of. And so it's an expression of lack, which will receive more lack when it's focused on and get involved with. So when you get more involved with like trying to manifest what you desire, I tried working on this when I got involved with law of attraction, and they kept telling me, if you just remove your any doubts and just believe in yourself, that whatever you desire can become manifest for you and just become a reality. And I think I missed a step. I think part of that step is, and this is something I found in deep mysticism, that when you tell yourself it is done and so it is, I have what I seek, then those things start to appear. When you keep telling yourself, I don't yet have what I seek, but I feel like it's coming soon, you're telling yourself that you're not going to get it subconsciously. Because when it's like almost like there's a no in the yes with desire. And when you tell yourself, I don't want this, the don't part gets filtered out by the subconscious and the focus is on the subject. So what happened with me was I kept going to the most classiest places. I was like, I'm going to be able to find like the coolest friends or like a significant other. I've been waiting to have my whole life, and now is the time. I'm releasing all blockages, and this is what I want, and this is what I'm going to get. So I went around everywhere, maybe impatiently, and I didn't seem to get any bites. I didn't seem to get any good omens or anything. So I kept moving down a scale to like more seedier places. And eventually, I met a girlfriend at a soup kitchen that was homeless. What appealed to me about her was that she lived off grid, which is something I've always sought to be in and do. And my aim was to help her rebuild her off grid palace. And we never really got to do much of that. And, you know, I don't really need to go into much about that. It kind of went downhill from there. So I basically was questioning desire at that point. Like, what is going on? I thought I could remove my self-limiting beliefs and just get what I want and what I desire. And then I started to look into it more and started to realize you're going to get more lack when you take that approach. And that's what I got. So now that I am aware of that, I'm involved in a spiritual practitioner training right now for the science of mind under the teachings of Ernest Holmes. And there's a center here in my town. There's another center in a nearby city that's bigger. And I'm hoping that when I'm done with my training here, I'm going to move over to there, and it's a much more in-depth training there. So I'm trying to move up the ladder. But basically, in the teachings that I'm under, it's all about basically the idea that you envision the perfect situation. You come up with what you want or what the problem is, or you think it is. And sometimes you have to go deeper to the root of it all. But basically, you start to envision whatever that lack or that issue is being fixed and in a perfect condition to where you might enjoy for it to be. And then you allow yourself to be the vessel or channel through which spirit can then manifest that into being. And then you release it and offer thanks and let the spiritual law do the work. The spiritual law suggests that what you think, you create. And so if you think, oh no, I'm worried about this, you're going to be manifesting the things you're worried about. When you think, oh, I'm dreaming big, this is what's going to happen, it's going to be awesome, then those things are more likely to come, and you have a higher propensity for those things to arrive. So it's interesting. It kind of ties in with a lot of stuff. This guy wrote this in the 40s. So he brought in a lot of different mystical teachings into one. But I'd like to let you other guys put in your word on this.
You know, I think desire is, I think it's actually the future affecting the present, because I was just sort of thinking about the concept of desire in my head. So I'm thinking something desirable. So I'm thinking like this Mexican like cookie that has this like cream filling inside of it, something just really delicious. And then I sort of think about like what that is, and it's like it becomes like a potential future attractor point. So it's like I think of something desirable in the future, and then my mind and consciousness then becomes attracted to that Zerfax like a sort of a magnet, if you will. So desire is, if you think about like vectors of causality from like the past affecting the future, that's kind of more the matter and the forces that be kind of pushing things, you know, into the future. But in a lot of ways, desire is sort of the future affecting the past, because in a sense, when you desire something, your mind is sort of being guided towards something that is in the future, which is then affecting the causal relationships of the present moment. So in a lot of ways, you know, and I think we should think about desire in terms of materialism, right? Because because in a lot of ways, materialism, like metaphysical materialism, if you really think about it, the implication of materialism is that there is no free will in materialism. Everything is just sort of the blind movement of atoms and particles, you know, complexifying into organisms. And I think in a lot of ways, like if the universe was really material, desire doesn't make sense. So in a way, desire also represents something that is beyond the physical, right? It's beyond, because a lot of ways, the things that people desire are not necessarily material. Sometimes people desire something spiritual. They, you know, desire an afterlife. They desire contact with an entity. You know, they desire, you know, astral projecting to another realm. So there's also, you know, desire in that sense. And even with mundane things, you know, certain foods, certain songs, you know, certain people also evoke certain spiritual and astral qualities within, you know, experience. So in a lot of ways, I think that maybe it is kind of like a like desire is kind of like, you know, the future pulling the present, as opposed to just the past pushing the present from behind. So I think there's actually a kind of a time and future dimension to the idea of desire.
And a lot of people associate desire with like the carnal aspect of it, physical desire of lust, so to speak. But also, you know, desire can also be more of a general thing, desiring, you know, wanting something good to have, maybe devotion or a romantic opportunity, for example, as well.
Yeah.
You wanted to say
I'd love to
something?
get your word on it, Howard.
Yeah. Like, well, I when I think about desire, I think about the essence of desire, right? So eros and that stuff, right? Like there is some sort of archetype that is just fundamental energy, and it just affects us across the spectrum, across our emotional spectrum, thoughts, noetic spectrum. All of these things are affected, but the desire is like, what is this? So names, right? Names have power and all this stuff. So I always come back to this whenever I look at anything. I just determine things by the quality of the name and how much the meaning that name has, or the definition has, how much weight it has. And desire, you know, we all know what desire is, but we can't really specifically equate it with anything, or when we do, it becomes only that form. because when you name something, that limits its you limit it into form. It used to be energy, limitless power, right? Now you have called it lust. Now you call it desire. Now you name it. Now you fractalize it in a sense, right? Or the energy. So you create form. So what is form and function, right? Now we can get really deep into it, but but desire, is that the main topic? That was the question, right? Now when we're passing around our different definitions, but yeah, I would say Eros. Eros is like this. Wasn't Eros more powerful than Zeus, right? I think because Eros is just pure desire and nature. I think Eros is nature, and so desire is inherent in nature, but it becomes corrupt, of course, by a lot of different things.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a bit of feedback on your mic. That's a really good place to peg the arrow of Eros, the erotica. But there's also the word an error, Eros. So it's almost suggesting, and this goes back to like the ancient ideas, was that, and this is like a very Gnostic idea, isn't it? No stick. This idea, no stick. No stick anywhere. No stick here, no stick there. It's stickless. It's got no sticks inside it. So the best ideas are the ideas that aren't made out of sticks. If you're going to build an idea, build it out of bricks. And so Eros is all about that potential volatility of fire. And I think it's desire. To sire is to become a parent, and to be a parent is to be prepared to pay rent. You got to pay rent to be a parent, right? Like you can't just live like free, like a nomad, and travel the world and live out of a bag and do whatever you want. Like I've been there, done it. Living in caves, living in jungles, make myself a little construction, keep the water off my head, and sit and contemplate nature. But when you're a parent, you got to pay rent. You got to get that whole thing together. And I think that the desire is the key to manifesting. So the nature of manifestation of physical reality is because of desire. Without desire, manifestation would never have happened, because there would be no desire for this universe to come into being. And this universe is coming into being through our own potential of consciousness to manifest, which is the essence of desire being channeled. And the desire is pumped with passion. So the passing of the ions, that is the emotional field, loads the ionization of the aura into our consciousness barrel. And that ionic barrel is then pumped into a concentrated form of desire. And that desire then becomes something that's going to drive towards a goal. So desires are always goal related. Without goals, there can be no desire. Without desire, there can be no goals, right? Because you don't have goals if you don't have a desire to reach a point. So the very nature of physicality seems to depend upon desire. And so that brings us to this devil's handmaiden. Let's bring that devil up there so we can take a look at what we're talking about, because it's not classically related to desire, okay? Specifically. However, it is the enactment of desire, right? Which is really interesting. So it's got a connection with Venus, even though it's not Venus. And here we see the card, the devil, right? And the devil, essentially what it relates to is, well, as you can see there, it's a sense of bondage. But the bondage is a free will choice. And so we are bonded into material. Those chains there are that's desire. In this picture, the chains are desire. And everything else is the manifestational engine through which desire manifests. And that's the seventh principle of Hermes, right? There of masculine and feminine coming into form of you know, where the male and the female are back to joining together in order to create the whole. And that fundamental seventh principle of Hermes, the generative function of generation, through which we generate, through which we can sire. The word sire and generation are very similar words, because you sire your children and they become your generation, right? You generate them. So this whole idea of these chains that are so loosely around Adam and Eve, I don't think Adam and Eve are really the good way to look at this, because those chains are essentially more than Adam and Eve. I mean, when we look at this card, we have to acknowledge that these two are the same two players, and we've been so brainwashed into Adam and Eve drama that we forget that there's a much broader scope here, right? And when we look at the broader scope, we can see that this is the same image, isn't it? Right? You see the angel above? You see the masculine and the female? You see her tree and his tree, his tree and her tree. And you see the angel above them. You see the radiation of the sun. This is the 11th, the 6th card. So this is the 6th card, but this represents Mercury, which is quite interesting. But you can see how similar they are. Look at the formats, right? Look at the tail here. Look carefully at his tail. What do you see behind him? The tails of fire on the tree. What do you see here? You see the fruit on her tail? You see the fire on his tail? He's got the fire under his ass, Adam, because Adam is rooted in the Muladhara, in the root chakra. So that physical desire drives men more than it does women. Men are more enslaved to it more easily. But the women carry the sweet fruits, the fruits of the generation. And between Adam and Eve, as the archetypes, this generation comes to be. And here we see there's the phallus, right? The phallic engine. This represents power behind us, right? But it's in the distance. Here, this represents power behind us, but it's not in the distance. Notice the pentagram focused downwards, which means manifestation of manifesting forces. And notice obviously the goat element. So we're talking about Saturnian energy. We're talking about time. And notice as well that he's sitting on a double cube. This is something that people don't often comment on. The double cube is a cube on top of a cube, the macrocosm and the microcosm joined. The microcosm is a cube, the macrocosm is a cube. But when the two cubes are on top of each other, this is called an altar. So, there's an interesting idea. And notice that the double cube here is a hill. So, and notice the cloud that this angel is coming through. That's quite interesting, suggesting that this is somewhere else on another plane of existence. So you can see these two ideas are so embedded. And the other one represents communication of Gemini. This represents, obviously, this is a much more Saturnian energy. And we are talking here about the eye, essentially. We're talking about the eye when we talk about the devil. So that's quite an interesting point. We're talking about Capricorn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
notice something interesting, that the cloud, right? It's white, gray, and the devil's wings are white and same color as the cloud, right?
yeah, exactly. The motifs are all shining here. So these two are two octaves of the same force, which is interesting. So this same desire, now this is the key. I think this is what they're telling us. The same desire which bonds us to materialism is the same desire that bonds us to connecting. And when we connect with each other, we go into that mystical place within ourselves, which is the spiritual realm, which is love, right? The lovers, which is that internal, which is why we communicate. We communicate so we can connect. So connection. So, and notice the sun above us, prana, life force. So the same thing that bonds us to the spiritual kingdom through life force is the same desire that bonds us to the physical material world. So you can't finish your desire. What do you guys think about the Buddhist idea of like, let's get rid of desire?
You know, I kind of want to make some more comments on the devil card because I've been thinking about noticing some connections here. So I've been trying to think about this, the devil card, in terms of kind of like materialism and determinism. And kind of one thing you notice is that the two people have sort of chains around their neck, right? They willfully put them on, but the implication is that by chaining themselves up to the devil, now they are servants of his will, essentially voluntarily giving up their free will to the devil. Because in a lot of ways, by this card actually implies a certain interconnectivity in the sense that they're all kind of connected to the same dais. And as for, you know, free will, I think a lot of people think about free will in terms of like movement and action and you know, things around. But I was also thinking the other day, and the Fae pointed this out to me, that the idea of a stone sort of sitting there and standing its ground, like despite storms and, you know, other things trying to push down, that in a sense is a kind of will too, that is the will of the stone. So there's a willpower in sort of refusing to be moved, and that you can see that in the stone slab that the two people are essentially attached to. So in a lot of ways, what this card represents is sort of giving away your free will to sort of imbibe in the power of this larger collective entity, which is represented by the Satan figure. And so in a lot of ways, I kind of almost look at this like a cult. Like this is sort of the cult leader is the devil, and the people chained to the dais are the members of the cult, essentially. And so the idea is, by being part of the demonic collective, you sacrifice your free will in order to gain a certain level of power and mastery by sort of giving up your sort of individuality. And in a lot of ways, when people believe in materialism, when they believe in these things, they stop believing they have free will. They start becoming determinists. And by telling yourself that I don't have free will, I am just a deterministic agent of the materialistic universe, then that is effectively putting on the chain that is in this devil card.
Yeah, I'd also like to comment on that too, and then maybe we could get to the Buddhism question as well. But to me, when Franklin said women can be more enticed by desire, I was like baffled, because to me, people have told me that many times, and I was always like so confused by that statement or that implication or assertion. Basically, to me, women are not that governed by desire. They are the ones that usually put up the limits. Like, okay, maybe if we get to know each other first, then if I like you, then maybe. And like, it's usually the fact that women usually are like really only into it when they're ovulating for their sake. Whereas I think there's another situation where women use that desire to entice the man that she's obsessed with or that she wants to have control over, wants to have in her life, wants to make her hers and owned by her, and particularly like only hers. And also that can go in two directions. Either she wants to exploit that man because he's got what she wants, maybe power or money or comforts, or she wants to like capture that man by like maybe like becoming pregnant or pretending that she's pregnant sometimes, and then try to get him to think, oh, I can't leave now because look what I've started. Now I have to be a good man and a good father and stick around and be reliable and support this family and this child. So there's a little bit more involved for women. And, you know, some women are very desiring and lustful. And I think that's usually women that had difficult situations in their earlier in life, let's say. But typically women that are self-respecting are not going to just jump into lustful things. They're going to probably try to find somebody that they can get to know first, see if that person can be trusted to become reliable, or if they're going to try to use them, because I think a lot of women know men usually just want the physical desire. If they can get that and go, they will. But if they have to jump through hoops to get it, then they're more likely to stick around, or they're just going to run away. So I think men, like in this image with the devil, has his tail lit on fire. Men are fired up. We have testosterone driving us for desire and lust constantly. And so they say that if a man's not getting love in bed, then he's going to be driven towards violence or fury or anger, frustration. So they say that if you channel that energy, that creative energy, that you can use that as a fuel to drive your passions, to become creative in other ways, and pour that into, as you use your discipline to turn it into a positive, constructive correction of what might have been a detrimental action, that if you were to give into it without trying to refine it with catharsis, it could lead to people just being hot-headed, which is very common amongst people in the tropical regions or the Mediterranean, particularly Italians. So people with a strong libido, usually if they don't have somebody to use that with, can be drawn towards becoming like mean and tough, which some women appeal to that kind of thing in a man, because maybe subconsciously she knows that, well, maybe that's because he's not getting any right now, and he's got a lot of energy in that kind of department. But also, women also want a man that's going to protect her, so they can be drawn towards a man that's going to be rough and tough as well. Although sometimes that can backfire on her, and he can turn that towards her, which we see. And when this happens to women, they can get caught in this bad cycle and seek it out again and again and again because it's familiar, and they're trying to work out the trauma by going back into it, which doesn't always really work out for them. But you can't just tell them to come out of it and start being attracted to a nice guy, because that's just not their style. So it's a difficult situation when they get involved in that kind of a bad downward spiral. But as far as the thing about the Buddhist wisdom of overcoming desire, I think there's definitely there's Buddhist wisdom is strong in overcoming attachment, whereas desire itself can be the antithesis of attachment. When you're like doing lustful, casual things, and you don't really want any strings attached, we see a lot of people that are polyamorous right now. They have multiple lovers simultaneously. They're not devoted to any of them. They could be devoted to all of them, but they have like an unloyal thing going on where they're not loyal to them, but they might be reliable to them. So that kind of a situation is not really about attachment as much when it comes to lustful desires. Whereas there's also like a connection where you have strong lustful desires for the person that you're devoted to and loyal to, and that you want to use it with them only. And so that's a beautiful thing that when we see that, because I think a lot of times in marriages, the desire and lust kind of fall away after a while. And a lot of married couples don't even really have carnal bonds. They don't really even sleep in the same bed anymore at some points. So that's sad to see that they're just there for convenience or to do the right thing, or like because they don't want to hurt the other person, but they're not really attracted to them anymore, which we do see a lot of that, and we hear a lot about that. So there's a lot of like paradoxical aspects here, but I would say that, yeah, Buddhist wisdom, along with all mystical and spiritual and religious wisdom, suggests that it's not good to give in to your desires and temptations. And that's better to have discipline, which, has its detriments as well. If you're too disciplined, like myself, and I always wanted to wait for the right person, and I had to wait till I was an adult to even be able to lose my virginity. Whereas a lot of people had already experienced those things early on in adolescence. I then, for a long time, was still waiting for that right person and never wanted to settle for somebody that I wasn't fully interested in staying with for like my lifelong connection. of like the one. So by not really succumbing to my desires enough to be able to just not jump into something, but take time to really get to know somebody and, try to meet a lot of people and see if somebody's the right one. I never really got to know too many people because I was waiting because they didn't seem appealing to me. So I waited a very long time, too long, till I was in my 40s to be able to really have a real relationship with somebody that I was actually interested in. So that can be detrimental as well, which is also kind of paradoxical, but in a different way. You're not having, regrets, I wish I didn't do this or that, the other thing, because of all the complications that it gave me with other people. You're thinking, I wish I, had done something sooner because it was so boring, which in comparison is probably a lot better than a lot of mistakes that went and happened and a lot of confusion or chaos that ensued.
One thing I want to point out about this card before we kind of move on is that I didn't really notice that the devil's kind of fat in this card, isn't he? Like he's got like a beer belly. And I think that's kind of indicative of like kind of the nature of this card, because I think it's important to point out, because I think it kind of sort of removes the kind of the fear sting that this card kind of has. You kind of realize that the Satan himself has a kind of a vulnerable, weak side to his own nature. And as for now, to move it on to Buddhist desire, I think their perception, because Buddhism is all about essentially removal of the self, transcending the individual self, and sort of just going into the sort of the clear consciousness of the sort of the anatman, right? Well, desire is usually contingent to a form. Like, you're an animal, you need to eat food. Your desire to eat food is contingent on you having some kind of animal form, having a body, a stomach, etc. So to them, that's why they're so against the concept of desire, because desire reifies the sense of self and the sense of animal being, which in a lot of ways Buddhism is ultimately, I wouldn't necessarily say try to avoid, because I know people are probably going to correct me on that, but there's a kind of like you're steering around that sort of animal self to get to the clear light, from within. So in a lot of ways, when you think about Buddhist desire from that sense, you have to think of it from the context of, you have a self, and a self in a sense implies a desire, because the self has a goal, it has a trajectory, it has certain needs and aspirations. And when you remove that sense of self, that's why you remove desire, but then you kind of remove the thing that makes existence, meaningful and worthwhile in the first place. Because the more I think about this whole idea of removing the self, I don't think it really creates actual real happiness, or I don't even think it really cultivates compassion in people. But what it does do is it creates a sense of bliss, a kind of, mental emptiness and clear-headedness, where you're not really like happy or sad. You're just kind of like vibing in this kind of empty, kind of neutral way. And I don't really think that's necessarily a good place to be, because I think in a sense, really, Buddhism's desire is to overcome desire, in the sense that they don't want to deal with the pains and responsibilities that desire comes with. So for example, let's say you want to date an attractive person, but you got to lose weight and you got to go to the gym. So that desire comes with a price. I have to work out. I have to eat healthy. And oh man, is it such a pain in the ass that I got to, so people come to a thing to say, I could either, work out, go to the gym, run on a treadmill I don't like to get this girl that I want to date with, or I can remove my sense of desire so that I don't have to go to the gym and I can just sit on the couch all day. So in a lot of ways, you can kind of use this sort of logic to kind of just trick yourself into being kind of a selfish jerk. So I think in a lot of ways, desire is important because it gives you a sense of meaning. It gives you a sense of trajectory and purpose, because a lot of people, they think of desire, purely in a hedonistic sense, but there's also the desire to write a book. There's the desire to become enlightened. There's the desire to create a great work of art. There's the desire to, build a temple, et cetera, et cetera. And these desires are what move society forward and create ideas. So, desire is important. And I think that's why a lot of these, fascist and authoritarian societies tend to limit a lot of desire because, within desire comes their will. And if people can't fulfill their desires, whether there be their wants and needs, etc., then in a sense, they lose their sense of self. And then they become more compliant with whatever cult or government collective that wants to control them. So I think in a lot of ways, the Buddhists always say that, like, in order to find a true self, one must abandon all desire and like just become a formless void. But I think that in actually understanding yourself is that to understand the nature of your desires, because I think if you sort of understand why you desire something at a deeper level, because, I think there are superficial desires on the surface level, but I think those superficial desires usually come from a place of real desire. So, for example, you might have the superficial desire to, go out and, hook up with a prostitute, for example. But that false desire might be to supplant a very real desire to have a romantic connection with a partner. So if you don't explore that, that faulty lower desire, you might not realize that it's related to a higher, more meaningful desire that you might not necessarily be able to achieve. So I think in a lot of ways, the Buddhist concept of sort of removing desire and disassociating from it really is just that. It's a form of disassociation. But eventually, you're going to have to come back to reality. I mean, even the Buddhists say that once you're done, when you get enlightenment, you just end up, carrying water and chopping wood.
I'd like to respond to a couple of things. Okay, so I'll try and work backwards. Working backwards. What a way to work. Very Saturnian of me. You were talking about desire, and I like a lot of what you're saying. Cosmic, it's pretty cosmic, man. It's right out there. Cool, Howard. The idea. Oh, yes. You mentioned the potbelly. Let's get the card back on the table. I think we need to also realize that this comes from a different time. So this was like pre-Renaissance. If you go to China, right, it's still prestigious to have a big belly, right? Japan, a big hara, prestigious. In fact, they consider you to have more hara if you've got a bigger bell. It represents power. In India, it represents power. It also, in China, it represents joviality and joy as well, right? So it represents, the Buddha is often depicted with the big belly. So this is more like the depiction of the big belly is more to do with, I think, the Buddha idea of being fully satiated in matter, having everything you need at your fingertips. Everything you want is possible. You want more, whatever more you want, it's available. It's on tap. It represents the ability to manifest anything at any point in any time, in a sense. And even cosmic, even in the West, until 150 years ago, it was the same. So at the time that these cards were being drawn from the older pieces of art that were inspired, those big bellies would have been representative of being able to generate abundance. So I think that's really what the symbol is when we look at the belly. And it also means like maximizing your form, if that makes sense. Like maximizing your physical footprints in a way. So it's got quite a lot of these connotations. The devil's got a A dad bod for sure. He's got a dad bod. He's got these two little kids there. Of course, he's got a dad bod. So that was the one point I wanted to make. And the point I was going to also make about what you were saying previously, Indy, about desire and men and women. I think this symbolizes it quite well. The men and women are both equally connected to desire. The thing is that the man's fire is under his butt. So the man is more likely to act out his desire. The woman is more likely to be dishonest about her desire. This is a massive difference. The woman will be like, oh, I don't want that. So, and not even honest with herself. Right? But when she gets drunk, right? Her real natural self that's not controlled and forced into a block comes out, and she's good for it. So men are just more outward, women are more inward. So when it comes to desire, I think men and women have the equal, or they should have the equal potential of desire. The thing is that men, the whole idea of masculinity is to act out. If that makes sense, is to manifest into the physical what's inside. Where the women want to keep everything in. They want to keep it all in. And it's like what the womb does. They want to keep it in, and they want to keep everything safe. So on that level, and the reason I think why women, when it comes to sexual desire, have more discipline than men is because the men don't carry babies for 9 months and have to have something that big come out of a hole that big. You know what I'm saying? Like this little hole, that big thing. Men are looking at this going, yeah, wow. If you had a thing that big coming out of a hole that big, you'd probably be thinking, yeah, I'm going to be careful about that whole process because it's a big deal. I don't want to just have random big things coming out of little holes, random times, because, you know, it's a big deal. The man doesn't have to carry the baby. And now the baby is going to be totally dependent upon the mom, right? In the beginning. So she's going to have to take responsibility, where the man can easily hightail it and run off to the next lady, right? And leave his problem with her and run off and do the same. So I think that's one of the reasons. But when we look at desire, I want to point this out. Wearing makeup is a desire, right? Because if you think about it, or wanting to have nice jewelry, right? Wanting to have nice clothes. So men put the desire into sex, women put the desire into having a nice home, having a nice clothing, having nice jewelry, having nice makeup. You see? So the desire is just channeled into different directions. Men channel it into physical, root, procreative energy that wants to be manifested immediately. Women stop and go, no, they're more in control of the desire in that way. And I think it's because of obvious reasons, because it's internalized. And when it's internalized, you're more responsible for what's happening. With the men, the desire comes out of them, and now it's released into the world. It's no longer your problem. I don't know, what do you guys think about this notion of externalization versus internalization? The reason I think is because it's got a lot to do with Venus, Ishtar, and Inanna. And it has to do with that, the gateway to the mysteries, right? I mentioned the moon. I don't have the moon card up yet, but I'll bring in the moon card. The moon card is the 2 towers with the crabs. Is it crabs and dogs, whatever? And they're all like howling at the full moon, and the moon is between like the goalposts, right? 2 towers, twin towers. And it's like an archway, metaphorically, going off into the unknown. which represents the unconscious. So women are more likely to draw things into the unconscious, and men are more likely to bring things out into the conscious. So what do you guys consider like this implications? And even though we're talking about desire, we are talking about manifestation, because we're talking about Saturn. We're talking about the Saturn square as well, are we not? And while you guys think about that,
I'm
I'll
sorry
bring
if I'm
up the Saturn
interrupting, but
square.
I can't hear anyone on the stream, so I'm gonna hop out. It was nice talking to you guys. Take care. I might jump in later if it's fixed, but bye, guys.
Thanks for being here, Howard. Appreciate you, man.
What, I wonder what Hans said, how it's on.
Maybe he had service issues. I don't know. Sometimes when my service is bad, I can't hear anything people are saying. It just your images freeze too. But I got good service in the library. But yeah, the externalization versus the internalization. I feel like that's a big thing. I don't know if I'm correctly interpreting what you were getting at with this, but I think you made a really insightful point by mentioning that the women do have a lot of like suppressed and lustful energy, whereas the men like tend to be more focused on acting on it on the surface level. And so that makes a lot of sense. And they obviously are driven to have more inhibitions about acting on those feelings, because the parental responsibility and obligations of a woman are much different than a man. She has to go through 8 months of being vulnerable. Then she has to maybe breastfeed and nurture the child and bring them up to becoming independent, which can take in our society up to 18 years, whereas in most societies it takes about 7 years before a child is independent. And in third world countries at age 7, a child can go out and support the family, go out, drive to work full time, come back, put food on the table, all that stuff. But in our first world societies, we don't let children do that at that age so young. We want them to have innocence and playfulness and learning and things of the sort before they're involved with the social contract. So, that is something that's usually cut off around age 18, when the nuclear family society of the Industrial Revolution splits the child away from the family to go become independent and take care of themselves. But traditionally, before 200 years ago, entire extended families would stay living with each other. And what would happen would be usually the woman would be sent off to go live with the man's family. And, the man would give her family a dowry to be able to take her away, if I'm getting that right. And so this whole thing where people live independently is, some people consider to be something involved with like exploitation of the masses to divide and conquer us, and then get us involved in becoming slaves, so that like we have to work so hard to earn a living and then spend all this money being independent and building this nest egg to impress a woman, and nobody's chipping in. Everybody has to do it alone, as opposed to the family shares a house and passes on assets to different members of the family, maybe all on the same property. And there's a lot more provided and available to us. We don't have to create all these things and buy all this stuff for ourselves independently in an extended family situation. But when people are divided away and then given devices to get distracted on, there was a time like in the 90s where people had these big social groups. They'd go hang out with their clique or their posse and do their thing together. Like maybe they were skateboarders, maybe they were playing hacky sack, maybe they were building cars. People had more time to work on passionate things. There was a lot of bands that would form and stick together and be a close-knit group. Now we have these devices where people are being drawn into isolation. Maybe they claim, oh, I'm connecting with like an international group, or I do all this work with like people that are helping me learn about spiritual matters in other places. But people around each other now don't seem to be as connected. And so it's been seen that like in this younger social groups, in this new generation, that a lot of people have a disorder where they're too connected to social media and they don't even have time for their friends and family. They're obsessed with it and addicted. And they may or may not even have any close friends who they even converse with on there personally. interpersonally. So things have really shifted a lot, and there was like a time where none of that was available. There weren't any computers. People had to go out and meet people, and sometimes there were people that were just awkward and they didn't really connect with others well, and those people were in isolation. But now I think we see a lot more of that. But usually weird people would find each other and could be weird together and bond even stronger sometimes, because maybe they were desperate, maybe they were just had a lot to give, more time, more energy, more focus, more devotion and loyalty and reliability. Whereas we have people in those times that were very unreliable, that were drawn in so many different directions. Everybody wanted to be their friend. They were really popular, but they didn't have any time. They were really flaky. They made a lot of plans and they backed out of most of them. And so that was always difficult for people. But I don't think we have as much of that anymore because people don't have time for each other. So for people to be so popular, I don't think that really goes on as much anymore. But of course, it does, I'm sure, to a lesser degree. So it's interesting how these kind of things play out. But I wanted to quickly go through two things: the Vedic understanding of love, well, I'll get to it after this, and the 8 types of Greek love that have been established. And of course, this relates to desire and the different ranges of desire when it comes to interpersonal relationships. The desire to feel loved, the desire to want love, the desire for a commitment and a companion, desire for friendship, desire for self-understanding and self-love. These things are all very important and integral, and I tried to put order to these things through our development that we kind of go through. So I'm going to go through in the order of development that I chose to go with, although this could be subjective and maybe other people would have different directions they would go with the progression of love. But I put first, I don't know how to pronounce this. I think it's pronounced storge, but it looks like storg. But I think it's called storge, is the filial or familial love, which is unconditional and maybe duty based, because you're going to be around these people. You have to make the best of things. You can't disown them and move on. This is your family. And they say blood is thicker than water. But there's another part to that quote that I'll get to later. But basically, filial love is like the duty that you have to your children. And then familial love is like loving your parents and other family members and such, so to speak. So this is something that we all come into first. And they say that the mother and the father are the first creators and authorities. So they created you and they're your authority. And that's who you get brought into the world under, unless you were an orphan, then that's not the case. But typically, the way that you see authority reflects on how you see your parents. Then we have philia, friendship and intimacy, people that you feel comfortable with and trust and you want to be friends with, and you share with them things that are very intimate, and you trust that they won't just go tell the world. And maybe they can keep things confidential. Maybe they go talk behind your back and gossip. You don't really know sometimes. It's hard to tell who you can trust. But we all kind of go through this like in our childhood before we get of age to be interested in more serious matters. Then we have self-love. And they say that you can't really have or love another until you love yourself. And this is called philautia. Then, and this could be maybe a later stage for some. But then we have ludus, flirtatious or playful love, which could be part of a friendship or in the playfulness of it, or it could be part of eros, which is going to come next, which is flirtatious romanticism. And then after ludus, I put eros, which is sensual or passionate love or romantic love. And sometimes this is considered to be like the beginning stages of love, where you're like, so have these like strong desires. Maybe you had a crush on this person for a long time and you have so much strong desire and fantasy about them that's it's like really exciting to finally be with them. And then you want everything they have to offer. And usually in this stage, when people are going towards like a serious relationship, they'll have a lot of wild love together in the beginning, and it's like the wildest time where they had so much desire to finally share with each other. Been waiting for the right person, so to speak. Then there's mania or obsessive love, where the eros, maybe for the person who thought this was going somewhere, will become obsessed with that person. Maybe the other person didn't really have that meet their expectations, or they just wanted to get something out of their system. And so they were trying to walk away after that, which can be hurtful to a girl that thought that this was like the beginning of something really big and was going to lead somewhere, and that she could rely on a man to stick around after giving himself to her and risking all of the vulnerabilities that come with possibly being impregnated and going through that whole situation. Mania can be difficult. Obsessive love can be kind of a toxic love. But if people are obsessed with each other, that could become like maybe codependency, even if they really love each other and are obsessed with each other, but they don't really get along that good, and it's really difficult, but they're still sticking together. Sometimes that's an aspect of manic love. So then we have pragma, companionship, and love. So we have like lovers that are going to be devoted to each other in companionship, stay together for a long period of time, maybe for life. And then agape, empathy, universal love. This one is like more of a mature love where you can relate with other people and understand them, and just walk a mile in their shoes, understand where they're coming from, love people in general, all people, regardless of the way that they have developed or the transgressive things that they have done or continue to do. There's a principle called loving neutrality, where people are willing to not only love the victim or come to the aid of the victim of a situation, but also love the perpetrator of the victimhood, the people that create the problems. And they say that since we're drawn away from this kind of love and understanding, that the cause and source of all the problems is never dealt with. They say that people that create problems need the most love because they don't want to receive it. They push it away. They don't trust people enough to love them. They probably were hurt in the past, and they are pushing all this hurt and this bitterness onto others. And they say, hurt people hurt people. And so if you can reach through that and offer this person love and understanding, even though they might try to push it away and try to hurt you for just trying to be kind to them, but continue to persistently try to help these people, and it can eventually break through, then you could be really getting to the source of the issues in an entire community or the world, where these people are the source of the problems, that maybe because they felt unloved, because they felt like nobody cared, then they felt like their best choice was to attack people or create conflict or seek negative attention. So to be able to partake in loving neutrality is a very humble and compassionate thing to be able to do. Then that's all of the 8 types of love according to the Greek system. And I want to do a shout out to Chaya, my girlfriend out in Toronto. And she's got some really great desire wisdom on the Vedic understanding. And it says, some of the comments she told me about desire suggests that desire is called kama in Hinduism or Vedic understanding. And it's like karma without the R. So it's part of a creative movement of Shakti, the impulse from stillness into manifestation. So, like as we were talking about earlier, like Cosmic was saying, we're trying to bring like the future into the present. We're manifesting the things that we don't have. We're calling them into being. So she suggested there's 2 different ways that this can operate. you have the desire arising from the ego or lower consciousness, which is markedly different and the opposite of desire that arises from higher consciousness or Shakti. And so when it arises from the ego, it's like, I need this to be happy. Once I get this, then I'll be happy. That kind of thinking is egoic. And it doesn't really actually lead you there. You keep thinking that something else outside you is going to fill the void within you. But really, probably you have to work on yourself and find that self-love first before something else is going to be able to make you feel loved. And also you could think in this stage of being, I need this person to complete me, or I need money or status or recognition to be able to feel like I have what I need. And then you could also think it creates attachment, fear, and dissatisfaction. So basically, you get all these things, and then you're operating out of like a toxic place. You're just still dissatisfied, but you're attached to these things because you thought that they were what you needed. And you don't really want, you're not even questioning anything. Like, this is what I thought I needed, so I'm going to hold on to it. But then you might eventually realize it's not really making me feel like I got what I needed to really desire, because it's not enough. There's still a void. Then you might be able to reach higher into higher consciousness desire of Shakti, like we mentioned earlier, and Cosmic was mentioning, bringing the future into the present and changing the impulse from stillness into manifestation, starting to take action. And when you really overcome self-limiting beliefs, you can then start to manifest these things. And sometimes that's through willing to yourself that you already have what you seek and desire and want. It's already within you. And then you become grateful for what you've got. And if you've got that focus, like, okay, I don't have $1 million, but I have $100, and I'm grateful for that. That's awesome. This is great. I like being able to have $100. Maybe that's enough. But, I do want to work towards getting some more. That kind of attitude might be a better driver for some people than the attitude of, oh, it's only 100. I really need $1 million to be happy. This isn't good enough. So when people see your bitterness and desperateness, it's like, oh, I need $1 million. It's like, you're a little too pushy right now. I don't think this is the right attitude that you should be taking towards this. Just appreciate what you have right now, and then, gradually it'll come. So for some people, being more grateful for what they have is going to give them a better attitude and a better mood about things, and have them be more open to people, and people more receptive to them. And then those things can come easier. So in this kind of desire, you might think, I feel called to create this. I have like a calling within me that I want to like get immersed in creating this thing that I feel drawn towards providing to the world. Maybe that's like for an artist or a musician, and they create like a beautiful composition, and they're able to provide that to their community, and people are like applauding them, like, oh, this is wonderful. Or people are like, this is not good enough. You should stick to something else. And maybe that drives them like, oh, that wasn't the response I wanted to get. I need to go to school for this, or I need a great teacher, or I need to like learn more, or I need to try harder. And so that can drive you to become a better artist or musician or whatever you're trying to do that you desire to be able to create. Then you could think, I want to experience and express a higher potential. So like you might think to yourself, like, all right, I've dabbled with this, but like I want to really master this. So I'm going to like go all in, and like I'm going to focus on this more, and I'm going to work on refining my abilities. Maybe you got a teacher to help you. Maybe you're just more focused and you're willing to accept criticism or criticize your own work and focus on the things that you haven't worked to be more well-rounded at, to bring forth like deeper understanding and a better refined skill at doing this thing that you're drawn towards doing, that you want to be able to have a higher potential in. Then you might think, I want to serve, love, learn, and evolve. So, you have this desire to give, to help others, to basically like be more humbled and like realize like I thought I was the best, but I want to learn to do better. I want to like be willing to see that other people have skills that I don't have, even though they might not be putting themselves on a pedestal. Maybe I can start to realize that everybody has something to share with me, and I can step down off this pedestal I put myself on. And I want to be able to evolve, and I want to be able to learn from others and serve my community and my friends and family in a better way. Or the world. Maybe you're like a world renowned author or a musician or artist, but you want to be able to take it to the next level, and you could humble yourself and want to be able to see things in a new light and maybe not see yourself as high as you had seen before, and start to realize that there's more potential in me that's not being actualized if I just stay where I am now. So then finally the desire could become a force for manifestation rather than a source for bondage. So it might bring you to a point where, oh, I want to establish like more self-love. And I've now filled this void that I always wanted other people to fill for me. Now I don't need to have somebody make me feel complete. I am complete. Now I want to share this with somebody who also is complete. And we can work through this together to be able to celebrate all of our achievements that we've done, to be able to bring ourselves to a place of inner peace and understanding where we might have had inner turmoil that was unmediated. And if we have all this unmediated inner turmoil, oftentimes the way that that's dealt with is through denial, because we don't want to have to work on that. Spiritual awakenings sound really awesome, but they're challenging and difficult. So it's easier for people to project our problems onto other people and blame other people for the issues that we have that we don't want to deal with. So that's the stage in which most people are in society. Most people are not spiritually awakened. Most people are in a state where they're conforming to a system where they're supposed to identify by their ego, which is their slave role. Like, I identify by the delusion of separation. I am this one thing. This is what I am. The slave role that I do. This is what I'm defined by in my community. I do this. And this is how much money I have. So give me a pat on the back because I was a good slave. So I did my part. And that's what I am and who I am. And so that's what most people are and where they're at in our society. And even people that are really rich could still be in this position. They don't really understand oftentimes that they have something unique to their soul that no one else could offer the world, that they can give to the world, that they would bring out their passions that would make them happy, that any gratitude that people could give, whether it's financial or just a smile or a thank you or whatever, can be something that really makes them feel great because they're proud of being able to share something that they're passionate about deep in their heart. Oh, this is something that means a lot to me. I never thought that I would have time to be able to work on it. Or I never thought that people would care enough if I poured my energies into this. But the fact that they do makes me feel good inside. It gives me deep inner peace and happiness to know that the things that I care about, that I've provided and developed and shared with my community or the world, are important to those people, and that it helps them. Those things that can be a beautiful transformation. And usually what happens is people put this stuff aside until their midlife crisis. And then they start to question, why did I choose to just do this role as like a plumber or like a janitor or like a boss firing people where it's very uncomfortable, but I'm good at it. So since I'm mean and unhappy, I can take that out in constructive ways and get paid to be mean to people and cruel and have people's families thrown out on the street because they got fired and they can't afford to live. But I did the right thing for my boss. So since I'm mean and upset with the world, I'm glad to hurt people because somebody needs to suffer for all the pain I've gone through. You know, that kind of a mentality can be damaging. And there's like a good book in Russian literature called Ivan the Terrible, who was a judge and ruined like countless people's lives. But not until his deathbed did he realize that he had made a mistake. And if he could have done it all again, he would have been more caring and loving to people. And Friedrich Nietzsche, it was said that he thought that like animals were stupid and useless, and that people are more important than animals, and that being really smart and powerful is really important, and like being humble and kind is like not that important. But then he was afflicted, I think, with syphilis, and at the end of his life he like lost his mind and tried to defend this horse, and was like loving this horse, like, oh, please help this horse, like don't let it die. And they were going to put it down because it had a broken leg or something. I don't know, something of that sort. And he kind of lost his mind, but had a coming around. He started to realize like animals do matter. Like all things that suffer are important, and they should be cared for and given consideration. So if Ivan the Terrible and Friedrich Nietzsche could come to this place, anybody can. Because, what Friedrich Nietzsche is mostly known for is that God is dead. And so he's helped people understand that God was a tool that the authorities have used to weaken mankind, to make us enjoy being subjugated to poverty, and to think that wanting to look good or okay is vain. And so we should make ourselves look miserable because we're not in vanity. And we shouldn't want to have power because that's arrogance and pride. So we should like always just want to be humble and kind of weak, and just let ourselves embrace ourselves for being that way. And like all these ideas where the idea of wait until you get to heaven, and the poor man of earth is the rich man of heaven, and vice versa, kind of suggests to people that suffering in a miserable state here is a good thing, because when you rise up to heaven, then you get your reward after you die. So he was teaching that these methods of instilling in us our humility and of our sacrifice in our lives here or a trick, and that in truth we don't really know what happens after we die, but we shouldn't wait till then to be happy and to be like in the place that we want to be. And I would agree that there's an aspect of this that does make sense, that maybe we shouldn't wait till we get to heaven to be able to find that happiness that we seek. And if we really want to be in a place of not being in inner turmoil, not being in suffering, that if we can find that in a good way in this life without having to get ahead by putting others down, then I think it could be good to look back on if we do rise to another place after this. I did a good thing in life. I was willing to be patient, but I was willing to be determined to find a good life for myself and for my family, for my companion. And I worked towards that constructively, and I was able to finally get there because it meant something to me. So I feel like there's an element of value on both sides of the coin that we could probably use to have a little bit of everything, a little bit of happiness here, and an ability to also look back on all of our choices to think we did do the right thing. But welcome back. I see that Franklin's back from his cacao or his little sandwich break. Welcome back. Hope everything was good. I don't hear anything. Can you hear anything, Cosmic? I think Franklin's muted.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
Muted. Sorry. I've got a double mute. I've got a mute here and a mute there. Got to remember, double mute. You unmute the one mute, you're still muted on the other one. Yeah, man, I had a bit of spinach and feta pie and some yummy salad and a bit of potato. Really, really good. So, and I was listening to what you were saying, and it was really beautiful and on point. I like your expose of humility. I think it's well put out there. The idea of willingness to learn, willingness to recognize personal limitations and transcend that. And that willingness to recognize and accept personal limitations is very much attached to this card. Right? You see, here's another way of looking at the symbol. We are consciously recognizing our physical limitations and limitations with regards to being in matter and operating within that framework. You see? So those chains around the necks of the him and the her then become chains that we've chosen because we recognize our limitations, which holds a key towards the acquisition of knowledge, if you think about it. And Saturn does represent the acquisition of this profound, especially the occult, esoteric knowledge, and the understanding and the wisdom of things and the way they work and time. I wanted to point out as well something that you had said earlier when you were talking recently. It triggered the memory of what you had said before. And I'm going to paraphrase you and quote you badly, Indy. So get prepared, Indy. You're about to be badly quoted. Well, no, I don't think this part is badly. Desire comes from lack. I think those were words you said. And then you said something else, which I'm going to paraphrase to abundance. The way you said it was that you like to tune your mind and your consciousness towards the potential for abundance rather than focusing on the lack of what is desired. I think that's a bad paraphrase, but some of it, what you said, is that like the sum of it? You were saying this was like about an hour ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, being like maybe like almost saying like that your abundance is already here, or being grateful for the abundance you do have to be able to get more instead of still just wanting and focusing on desire.
Yeah, exactly. So what that got me thinking about while you were talking now, that sort of ran through my mind, and I heard the echo of what you said before, and I thought, oh, that's relevant. Was I like the point that you made that lack, that a deficit inspires desire because we want to fill up what is empty, as the metaphor goes, or not metaphor even. And that's a very interesting idea. So you have this polarity here. And I think it also relates to what we were talking about, cosmic, with that big belly. Why the Buddha has the big belly, why the big bellies is such a positive thing to have in India or China or Japan or, in Africa, right? Why this is like it's a positive, how can I put it? Society looks at it in a positive way. And in the modern Western society, we've learned to look at it in a different way, because we look at it as just like waste, right? Because we've learned to try and become more efficient in the West, probably because of like higher populations and such, because it's necessary. But getting back to that idea and looking at this image, it makes me think about that attitude that manifests. Now, we've often said that the attitude of gratitude is what manifests, right? And so here that belly represents the bell. And the bell in the belly represents the sacral plexus, right? the sacred plexus, if you will. And that's quite interesting because when we talk about the deficit, right? A modern society is based upon deficit. Isn't this interesting? Our economy is based upon deficit. Our ideology is based upon deficit. The way we teach our children. Oh, no, you're not good enough the way you are. You need to go to school. You need to get better. Oh, you need to go to university. You need to get that piece of paper. Unless you get that piece of paper, you're not good enough. When you get that piece of paper, you need to get the next piece of paper. You get to get that degree. When you get that degree, you need to get that job. If you don't get that job, you're not good enough. Everything's based upon deficits. It's quite an interesting idea if you look at it, right? And so the girls that we see on TV, I was talking to my girlfriend about this. Not so much anymore, but there used to be anorexic women were modeling. So if you wanted to be a model, you needed to be possibly anorexic or have some kind of an eating disorder in order to be able to be a model, because you had to be so thin that you looked almost sick, right? So yeah, the attitude of gratitude. So that this is what I want to look at. This, like, why gratitude is the tool that manifests, and why the attitude of deficit causes us to suffer with less. I think that's what this card is showing us with that belly, because with the tarot cards, these symbols are not random, right? They're very carefully orchestrated and carefully thought out. So that belly represents something real, because it's not a physical belly of a physical being. It's more about an attitude of consciousness. And if you think about it, the attitude of gratitude would be represented by a full belly, right? Like, you'd be like, well, I might not have everything, but hey, I've got a full belly. So what do I have to complain about? You know what I mean? Like, you're living in rags, no problem. Living in shanty, no problem. You know, you don't have a car, no problem. You don't have this, no problem. You can walk. You got a full belly. That's something to celebrate. You know, like, if you can come back to that one thing, and you've just got enough food to eat, and you're eating, and you're satisfied with your belly's not empty, then technically speaking, you have something to be grateful for. And I think that attitude of gratitude, like, why does gratitude manifest? Well, let's look at this. So when coming from a deficit or a lack, the attitude of lack produces desire of what I want. That means we're losing our ions, and our passion is pouring outside of us to the outside. Over there, we're losing our energy. And then there are beings that can siphon that energy, right? Loosh factories, loosh siphoning beings that will siphon all of that desire, because let's face it, loosh, what is all this loosh we're talking about? This loosh is the substance of desire. So if other beings can tap into our desires, they can drain our energies through our desire. And they can, because we are deficiting, we're creating, we're defeasing, feces, defeasing. We're basically becoming so full of shit that there's nothing left. We're defecating. These words are rumbling around through my head, and they're finding interesting little parallel echoes. But when we go into this deficit and we have the mentality of there's not enough, then that's what we start to resonate with. And we start to tune in to not enough. And all our energy goes out of us, because our energy needs to match our surroundings. Now, when you say that you like to keep your energy about what you desire, what you want, as if you've got it, I'll take another route, but it's the same idea, but it's just a different series of steps to get to the same place. I would say to look at your life right now, right? And rather than being, desiring, right? Desiring means you are dropping the potential to father. And siring is the potential of creation. So to desire is to drop the potential to create. To sire is to create. So if you're allowing desire to move through you in a direction and it's not creating, you're having your energy loose stolen. And that means your energy is becoming decreased. If your attitude towards yourself and your surroundings and what you've got is like, wow, start making a list of all the things I'm really got to be grateful for. That is a great full belly of an attitude, right? And when you have a great full belly of an attitude, it means everything around you is a full cup. My belly is full. My home is full. Everything's full. Everything I need is here. And that's the recognition that everything that we need is present. Not maybe what we think we want, but what we need. And the moment we start focusing on our needs and that we have what we need, suddenly we start noticing things we didn't notice. Like, oh, hey, there's the opportunity for this thing. Yeah, I need this thing. Okay, I'll add it to my collection. Oh, wow. Now I've got one more thing to be grateful for. And noticing that I've got everything I need and go, you know what? There's this opportunity for this thing too. I'm going to add it to my collection. And what happens is suddenly you've got more and more things to be grateful for. And so that full attitude of noticing what's full and allowing that to make our attitude great about how amazing it is that we've got this. It's like a child with an ice cream. That child with that ice cream is the whole world, right? And you're not going to take anything from that child. Basically, that child is in a state of joy and fulfillment and upliftment. That ice cream is all that child needs for now. So the attitude is becoming, this is ironic. This is ironic. By appreciating what we've got and becoming saturated, like this image says here, with what we've got, we generate more of that. So the attitude of gratefulness literally causes us to become greater. Our energy gets bigger. And the bigger our energy gets, the more magnetic we become. And the more magnetic we become, the more we attract to ourselves our needs. And without recognizing our needs become fulfilled through this manifestational potential. Because this is the structure of reality. This is how reality works. So it's like an interesting concept to, look at how to learn to manifest. To really recognize that the moment we make ourselves smaller, we're losing potential. The moment we diminuate ourselves and go, well, I don't have enough, or I'm not good enough, or I'm this, or whatever we do that diminuates us, we're losing something, loosh, whatever. And to recognize that when we are desiring something, that which we desire, so you don't get a car by desiring a car. You don't get a Ferrari by desiring a Ferrari. But desire is the glue that brings that car to you, but you're not the one desiring it. Because you don't have time to desire that car. You're too busy being grateful for the fact that you got legs and you can walk and everything's great, and being grateful for the fact that you've got this kind of transportation and it's working well. And then that produces the need for something more. And so things tend to compound, right? So if there's moisture, the moisture will compound, because that's what moisture does. If there's dryness, the dryness will compound, because that's what qualities do. And so it's working with the concentration of qualities. And then we're concentrating the abundance by concentrating the greatness of how full we are in our belly. And so there's something to be thinking about. Manifestation happens in your belly, and it happens with your belly button and your bell. What an interesting concept. Are you with us, Cos? Pause.
Yeah, and the other connection too being, the solar plexus being sort of yellow in the belly, and that the devil card leads to the sphere of Tippereth and the tree of life.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, and I think that's why they have put the devil leading to Tiferet, even though it's very Saturnian, because it represents Saturn, which is interesting. And Saturn is materialism and manifestation. And you know how I feel about those that stick straw man drawing, the straw man tree of life drawing. As I like to call it these days. But that's quite an interesting concept. Let's take a look at an enneagram and see the relationship with numbers and other spheres. When we think of an enneagram, we think of it as numbers, but let's recognize that each one of those numbers is a sphere. So there are 9 spheres, and each one is a sphere. So then what are we talking about when we look at this? So let me get a bit of zoom. Let me get a bit of zoom in there, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of zoom. So when we start to contemplate here and we go around, we can see the devil, 15. And here the devil is interesting because it's number 8, which is Saturn, right? And how Saturn interacts with Jupiter. Number 3. Now, Jupiter is the principle of expansion. So that Buddha belly that you're seeing, that big full belly, that is Jupiter, that expansive principle of abundance, which is why Jupiter is always a harbinger of good luck and you getting things and finances improving and all these positive things in your life, and joviality that goes with the attitude of gratitude that manifests. And Saturn is the contract, the discipline, the sacrifices needed to be made in order to gain the things we want. So Saturn is how to fulfill desires, number 8. And 3 is how to manifest. That's why we manifest, we do it in threes. That's why witchcraft uses, a chant 3 times. That's why if you're doing a mala, for example, right? You got 3 cycles of 36. And 36 is 3 cycles of 12. And 12 is 3 cycles of the 4 elements. So you're breaking it down to very base alchemy, 4 elements, cycling it 3 times, cycling that 12 another 3 times, cycling that 36 another 3 times. So we have 4 times 3, 12, times 3, 36, times 3, 108. So you see you've got 3, 3, 3 to structure 108 from the base root 4 elements to manifest any physical desire necessary. And so in a Rudraksha Mala, there will be 108 beads, and you will chant your japa 108 times and fulfill that cycle of 108 chants and sit in silence at the bridge before you fall into your next cycle of 108. And then usually you will do those in cycles of 3 cycles of 108, which is 324. So that's quite interesting then when you look at that, right? Because the 324 is, 3, 2, 4. And that's obviously, bringing us back full cycle to the enneagram, back to the 9. So you can see here why the devil tarot card stands between 8 and 3. And why, when you look at the 8 and 3, when you look at this this archetype, he carries the expansiveness of Jupiter in his belly, right? And what do you see on his hand? He's got a sign on his hand. And what is a sign? You sign a contract. So he's holding up the sign, which is his contract, in his right hand. But he's carrying Jupiter in his belly, that expansion. And so that's what we see when we look here. So that this is one of the reasons why I don't I don't agree with the hermetic tree of life with Hebrew letters, maybe Terra and Terra. Let's see if we can pick up an image of this here and throw it down on the. Okay, that's quite a high res one. Hopefully we'll be able to see this one. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Are you ready to do it? We're gonna pull. There we go. Share screen. Share screen. Volume off. No audio tab needed. And share. So here you see. Hold on. This is a different one. This is a different one. This isn't the hermetic one. This is another one. Sorry, peeps. This is me being Dingle-dong. I was so busy looking for a high-res image that it never occurred to me that it was the right one that I was talking about. Let's see. Is that higher resolution? Yeah. Okay. It'll just have to do. We'll just have to hope that it does. So there we go. Here's a better one. So this is one that Cosmic was talking about, where you see Hut and Tiferet connecting here, with the devil as the path that is traveled here. Now, I like that it's connected to Hut. I just don't like that the Kabbalists don't relate Hut to Saturn, because it makes so much more sense, right? That clear mental discipline that Saturn represents is very much cold, hard logic of Saturn. Saturn's very cold, hard, and logical. Hut is probably the quality most abundant in a Capricorn, for example. You know, so that's one of the reasons I specifically, personally don't like it. But you can see where they're coming from. They're relating the Hut and the 6, and the 6 is the 15, right? Now, the reason why they apply the 15 to it is this, because Saturn is 15. 8 plus 2 is 10, plus 5, 15. 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 5, 15. 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 5, 15. 3 plus 7 is 10, plus 5, 15. So whichever way you go around this, it adds up to 15, right? And if you add up all of them, right, which is interesting, 1 through 9, you end up with 45, right? Which means around all the outside squares, the numbers add up to 40, which is quite interesting. And when you add in that final 5, it's 45. And what is 45? 45 is 3 cycles of 15. The same way, we're back to the Trinity here, where we were looking at the Rudraksha Mala, and the system being the 4 elements times 3 times 3 times 3 ending up at 108. So there's that relationship of triplicity. I don't know if that's a word. Did I make that word up, guys? Is there such a word, triplicity? There is such a word, right?
I think so. It's like duplicity, but triplicity. I think. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
there should be a word. If there isn't a word triplicity, then we must make sure they're added to the register, because it's a beautiful word. Yes, there is such a word. Nice.
It gets
Threefold.
weird with 4 and 5, like quadplicity or quintuplicity, because I don't know why. It just doesn't sound right. Triplicity sounds good.
Well, triplicity is basically the enneagram.
Yeah.
Right? 1 tripled becomes 3. Tripled becomes 9. Tripled becomes 27. And 27 is 3 cycles of 9 of the enneagram. So, that's just a beautiful way that it works out, And 27, once again, just to bring it back to the Rudraksha model we were talking about, is one of the 4 elements. And one of the 4 elements means that when you take 27 and you multiply it by 4, because it's one of the 4 elements, becomes 108. So you see that works 2 ways, right? The 4 times 3 times 3 times 3, or the 1 times 3 times 3 times 3 is 1/4. So the beautiful symmetry and synergy of the way that the maths works is rather interesting when we're understanding that obviously this Saturnian glyph here is speaking about the centrifuge and the centripetal potentials of a spinning vortice, right? And the blue is the vortice, the axis mundi around which that vortice will spin. And then we got the 3, the 2, and the 1, which is depicted here as a green, right? Which is the 1, the 2, and the 3, which adds up to 6. And then we've got the 7, the 8, and the 9, which is 24, which adds up to 6. And then we've got the 4, the 5, and the 6, which adds up to 15, which is 6. So we've got the 666, right? The 666 number here, which, if you can see, is an expansion of the 333. And this is interestingly enough the code for the octahedron of all things, which is why the number 15 is associated with octahedrons in numerology. So the number 15 is, and today is psychic number 15, remember? And the psychic number 15 of today is the 15 plus the 8, right? 23, plus the 20th century, 43, plus the 26th year, 69. Now, 69 is an interesting one, because when you take 23, that number that everybody's so afraid of when it comes to occult matters, right? And you triple that 23 number, you end up with 69. And 6 and 9 break down to 15, back down to the Saturn square, back to 15, back to today, psychic number 15 day. Very powerful day for manifesting. The fact that today is a 69, very double power for manifestation. The fact that today is a Saturday, hello people, Saturn's day, Saturn square, 15, 69, 15, means today is an incredibly super powerful day to manifest. So that's sort of why we are discussing the secrets of Ishtar, Saturnian magic, and the devil's bonds. Because what we manifest, we become attached to. Because the attachment of manifestation we call karma, right? Everything that you manifest will become an attachment that you will hold to you, because the nature of consciousness is manifesting this so-called reality around us and through us, this Maya. And this reality that we are manifesting, as we are tweaking the manifestation to be in alignment with our desires and allowing our desires to manifest through this continuum of matter, we are allowing ourselves to build relationships with these tiny little beings called thoughts. And when we recognize that thoughts is a whole population of beings, and we associate relationships with these beings, the same as like when you make a friend with your neighbor, you're more likely to say hi to your neighbor when you see them. And sooner or later, you might hang out together, right? And you become friends. You start like, hey, how are you doing? And the more you associate with them, the more you associate, the more they associate with you. And that's how thoughts are. And so we become attached to the associations of our thoughts, because our thoughts are the engine through which the desire is able to channel. And the desire is the external face of our passion. And the passion is the substance of emotion that's focused, and the emotion is the energy of creation's vibration. And so we feel this energy of vibration, which is emotion. We call it feelings because we personalize this vibrating energy, which is essentially the core of structure of reality, which is acoustics. And we then hold on to the feeling, and I associate it as if it's ours, because we start to develop a relationship with the beings that are the thoughts that are part and parcel to the feelings we're allowing ourselves to associate with particular emotions. So it's like a really interesting pattern, but today holds a lot of these sacred keys.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more about Ishtar. Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, man. Ishtar and Sexy Inanna.
All right. So the story of Inanna kind of later on was retold as the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. And then later it was told again in another similar story. I can't think of the names. Do you remember the story of Hades stealing up a woman, goddess?
This theme is littered across every mythology. You could call it Ravana stealing Ram's wife, right?
Yeah.
Same story.
Rama, the Ramayana. Exactly.
Yeah, there's a whole mythology based upon this story, and it's the same idea, man. And it's interesting. But please continue, dear brother.
All right, so then there's like well, Eurydice and Orpheus is the less popular one, but basically the initial story, what happens is Inanna, who is the original Sumerian name of later Ishtar, who's the Akkadian name, which was more well known in our culture because Ishtar is pronounced Easter. And so the holiday of Easter, which is represented by rabbits and eggs, represents a fertility goddess. So bringing in the whole rebirth of Christ thing is an obfuscation of the fact that it's very glaringly Ishtar, fertility goddess, holiday. But basically what happened with Inanna was she, her sister, Ereshkigal, is the goddess of the underworld. And so she captured Inanna and brought her down through the 7 gates of hell, at which point she had to release an article of clothing at each gate. And by the time she got down to the end, she had nothing left. She was bare naked. And at that point, her sister threw her up on a hook and sacrificed her. Now, as to why she was being sacrificed, I don't know. Maybe it was because she had gained too much power and maybe abused it. I'm not exactly certain. But basically, at this point is where things get very interesting. All right. So she gets her handmaiden to help rescue her and liberate her from the clutches of Ereshkigal and resurrect her to bring her back to the surface. And so her handmaiden, she's got a weird name, but basically her handmaiden is also known to be Lilith, who was originally known as Nin or Lilitu. And basically she went around to the various gods and pleaded with them to help save her. And she went to Enlil, and Enlil was like, no, I've got better things to do. She went to maybe, I don't know who she went next to, maybe Marduk, somebody else, said no. Then she went to, I don't think she went to Dumuzi, her husband, but she went to Enki, and Enki said, well, I can't actually go myself, but I will create servants from the dust under my fingernails to be able to go liberate her and save her. So he took dust from his fingernails and magically conjured up like a golem, 2 golems that were sexless beings to go do his bidding. Go ahead. Question.
Can I ask you, did you say Lilitu?
Yeah, Lilitu, the original name of Lilith, after Nin. But
are you sure you're not mixing up? Because Lilitu, as far as I know, Lilitu is the we could talk about Lilitu. Don't let me sidetrack you. Please carry on, brother. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you right. Please do continue.
Okay, so basically, Inanna's handmaiden, her name in the story is Ninshubur. But Lilitu is also a different translation of that, which might come from the Akkadian. I'm not sure exactly how that plays out. But basically what happens at this point is these 2 sexless beings go down there and they battle the demonic forces that are protecting Ereshkigal and trying to sacrifice her sister there. And they pull her body off the hook, and they give her an immortality elixir to bring her back to life, to resurrect her. It's a magical elixir. And she comes back to life and returns back to the living. And then she journeys out of there with her handmaiden and these 2 sexless beings. Once they, and I guess at some point she gathers back her articles of clothing, maybe at each gate. I'm not sure. But when she gets to the end of the journey and is almost on the surface, a message comes to her from Ereshkigal. Well, you can be liberated from the underworld, but you won't be able to leave for free. You have to send someone in your place to take your stead, to be sacrificed instead of you, to be able to be allowed to leave. And so at the final gate, these demonic forces come to retrieve her replacement. And she goes around to find a replacement. And certain people are suggested to her. What about this person? What about your handmaiden? And she says, no, not her. She's done so much to save me. I couldn't do this to her for all the sacrifices she's made. What about your most loyal servants? No, I couldn't do that to them. They've stood by me. They were the ones that I'm so grateful to have here to come back to. What about your husband? It's like, what about him? Where is he? Why didn't he come to save me? What's he been doing? Well, let's go find out. She went to find him, and Dumuzi was sitting there all fancy dressed, didn't seem to be in dismay or grieving at all. He was wearing fancy clothes and had some nice jewelry on. She's like, what are you doing sitting on the throne, looking all happy and just lackadaisical, just sitting here, not doing anything? When there was an emergency going on, and I had been stolen to the underworld, and you don't seem to care. I'm going to send you in my place. So she took her husband, and she sent him down there. And that's the end of the story. But basically, she was very disappointed in him and her handmaiden came through, but he didn't. And it seemed like he was just there to revel in the power that he had, maybe enjoyed not having her overlooking him and guiding him to make his every decision, and liked his freedom. Maybe he used his power to find more women, and so he was enjoying that. But basically, he used his power for the wrong reasons, and he was not devoted to her enough to earn her trust, and she lost faith in him and gave him up. Now, later on, the Greek stories kind of flip the script a little bit. First of all, the underworld goddess becomes a god and turns to Hades or Pluto in the Roman story. But what happens is the woman is stolen up by Hades because he desires her and wants her to be his. And so he takes her down there with him. And I guess in each story it's a little different. Maybe she wants to go down there with Hades, but she feels bad, or maybe she really doesn't and wants her husband to come rescue her. So basically her husband has to go through the 7 gates to get down there, and she had to give up an article of clothing as well in the Greek stories at each gate. So by the time she gets down there, she's stark naked, which is probably how Hades wanted her. And then when her husband gets down there, he negotiates with Hades. We got to get her back up there. She's my wife. And like Orpheus was like a famed, like wise musician that could like tame the animals with the sound of his lute. And he could tame the peoples too. And he could sway people to find love in their hearts. So he said, she's my muse. Without her, I'm worthless. I need her to be my muse so that I can have the passion to play my music. And so he said, well, here's the deal. If you take her and bring her up, you can't turn back to make sure that she's behind you, following you. You have to have faith that she wants to leave with you and know that she's there. But if you turn back once to look to make sure she's with you, she'll be taken back and she'll never be allowed to leave. So basically they journey through the 7 gates, and as they get to near the end and the light of day is becoming into view, then he starts to wonder, wait a minute, has she been with me this time? It's been awful quiet. I don't even hear her back there. And as he approached the surface, he glanced back to reach out for her, to bring her up, partially because he doubted that she was there. He was like thinking, maybe she turned back. What's going on? And as he turned back, he broke the contract and she was stolen back to Hades, to hell. So he lost her. And it's a sad story. And it said later on that his head was decapitated by these 3 jealous women that tried to steal him away, even though his heart was with her. And his head floated down the river and ended up in a cave where people would go to speak to his head and get his wisdom. So it's kind of crazy how the story changes. But basically, the man does get killed both times. The woman returns to the surface in the first story, but in the second has to stay in hell as the love slave of the devil.
It's really interesting. Yeah, the headless horseman comes to mind. Guy travels around without his head. Yeah. It's a powerful symbolism there. I just wanted to ask you, was when you were talking about the handmaiden, you were talking about the handmaiden of Ereshkigal or the handmaiden of Inanna?
Inanna, Nin Shubar. But maybe Ishtar's handmaiden was Nin. I'm not sure where Nin and Lilith come in.
You see, she didn't have a traditional handmaiden, but she was served by key underworld officials and viziers, the Namtar and the Belet Seri goddess. So the Namtar, they were the ones who served the Ereshkigal, and the Inanna's handmaiden was Ninshubur. Now, this is actually a point I wanted to talk about. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you so much for reminding me.
Yeah.
There's this massive thing. I noticed there was this big revival of Lilithism, and everybody was trying to categorize Lilith as the good guy, the good girl, saying that Lilith had been demonized by the evil Jews. Of course, it was like it must be the Jews who did it, right? And I'll just go back here for a moment, because when you said, "Oh, by the way, this is mind blowing," let me show you this Lilith image.
As you look that up, I just want to mention, apparently there's a misconception that Lilith was the handmaiden of Ishtar because of an old academic misunderstanding of the mistranslation of the minor Sumerian temple classes, the wind ghost spirits, the Lilu or the Lili, Ardat Lili, that were not actually a mythological relationship. So there is like out there other diagrams that show Lilu or Lilitu as the handmaiden of Ishtar, which is the Akkadian narrative.
Well done, brother. That's exactly it. So I've got the image here on the screen where you can see there. You see the name? If you Google Lilith, this is the plaque that comes up, but this is not Lilitu.
That's Inanna.
That's Inanna, to be clear. And so there are certain similarities. There are stories about Inanna. Men couldn't handle Inanna, and they would die making love to her. She was to die for, man. This woman was to die for. And when she found her man, what's his name? You just said his name a few minutes ago.
Dumuzi.
Yes. He was the guy who didn't die. He survived all night. Wow, he survived to the next day. He didn't die. I'm not sure how credible that story is, but there are stories about Inanna's incredible sexual appetites.
She's a man-eater.
Yeah. And so she couldn't be with any human mate. She had to have a human mate that could match her. And Dumuzi was the only human mate that was godly enough to match her, because the men would basically dissolve. And interestingly enough, they did a thing in a series where there's this woman that absorbs men through her special doors. What was it, man? I'm trying to remember what, of gods or something. Some series with gods and goddesses and stuff that was on TV, and I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, that's an Inanna. But getting back to the story, what you say, absolutely, that guy, I think that was the 1800s, wasn't it? There was a plaque which wasn't named, but later on they were able to notice that plaque was named in other plaques that they found, right? And so they found multiples of the same plaque, and the other ones were named and they were Inanna, like you say. But that guy had decided that was Lilitu. Now, notice how Google has run with the ball. Google knows there's a difference between Lilitu and Inanna, right? Because Google just told you, right? But look what Google does here. If Google thinks you don't know, this is the trollop that Google. Now, I think this is part of an elaborate counterintelligence element to produce confusion, so that people will be confused about Lilitu and Inanna and associate them wrongly with each other. And so this is where the story of this connection with Lilitu and Inanna comes into play. And this is the nonsense that all the New Agers were talking about a couple of years ago, when they were saying about how Lilith is a divine goddess, and they were invoking Lilith, and they weren't understanding that in the Judaic idea, Lilith is basically a demon that goes around draining men of their semen at night when they're having sexual arousing dreams, and responsible for harming unborn babies and causing stillbirths. That's like basically the Jewish mysticism. Now, when you go into ancient Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Akkadian traditions, Lilitu is a nocturnal wind-associated female spirits, or were they using the word demons? They were believed to target lonely travelers and men at night, and they were heavily associated with harming pregnant women, new mothers, and infants. Right? Seduction and predation, Mesopotamia and later Near Eastern folklore depicted certain types of these spirits, and they were called the Ardat Lili as well. That's an order of the spirits, of which Lilitu is sort of the main one, or the most known one, as phantoms of unfulfilled youths who preyed on young men, right? They were believed to seduce men in their sleep in lonely places, and they would steal their seed, right? And that's Lush that we're talking about, right? And they would have to use protective amulets and protective magic to protect the unborn children from this spirit. And so Lilitu originates from this class female. It's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, basically. So, child harm, cursing, seduction. Over time, this order of beings, the Lilitu, which is an order of wind spirits, consolidated into the singular, famous, well-known Lilith that the Jews are talking about. So Lilith is not a being, to be clear. It's an order of beings. And it's an order of beings associated with the air, the element of air, that are hungry and full of desire. And they have unfulfilled desire that they want. So I think we're talking about a particular association with the eighth sphere. And it's interesting how in modern times this Lilitu is so heavily confused and associated with Inanna and Ereshkigal as well, that they've sort of overlapped the two without recognizing that, and you'll find all these new age books now that tell you that Lilith is a goddess. Lilith was never a goddess. Lilith only became a goddess in the 1960s, the 1950s, and the 1970s. Before then, Lilith was never a goddess. This is a new thing. Interesting that you say the moon. And you mentioned El Shaddai. Yeah. El Shaddai is associated with this element, the moon, and is associated with this particular state of being, this energy, and is very, very strongly related to what we call the black moon, the dark moon before the new moon. So that would have been times that these class of wind spirits would have been at their height of mischief, right? Not under the full moon, because under the full moon, and this is India, I think this is why there's a misconception, because Inanna, right, is Venus, but Venus finds full expression under the full moon. Yeah, because the moon, and this is really important to understand, the moon is exalted in Taurus. So Taurus exalts the powers of the moon, and Taurus is the feminine side of Venus. So when we're talking about the feminine side of Venus, which is Inanna, we are exalting the powers of the moon. And so the full moon is the expression of the Venetian magic. And Venetian magic is also heavily associated with the number 15. Well, if we break down this number 15 is the essence of one, which is that unified will, drive, power. It represents the full essence, the full hit of the monad, single direction. It's the Shiva eye. It's that intense laser focus, right? And it represents control. And then we've got the number 5, which represents the beginning of movements and the maritime associations with 5 as well, which is associating the relationship between that powerful sun laser and the oceans and the water, right? Which then becomes a cycle of water, yeah? And that water cycle is a magnetic cycle. So we're talking about personal magnetism when we're talking about the 5 and the 1 coming together. 5 being communication, 1 being an intense solar radiation of that communication, which is overwhelming in terms of its potency and its heat. And so it becomes the ability to be able to charm someone. So the number 16 represents charm in a very powerful way. It means that your words will be very charming and what you say will be very influential, and you'll be able to manipulate people easily if you've got 15 present in your psyche. And so 15 relates to number 6, which is number Inanna Venus, and Venus is that connection of desire. And so it's somebody who charm you because they somehow tap into your desires and direct what they want in alignment with your desires, or so it seems, so that you become enticed by their desires, thinking they're your own desires. So that number 15 carries that very powerful potential of being able to do this, and drives us back to this Saturn square and the Saturn sigil, right? You see, Saturn sigil locks in 15 at the heart of it. You see that? So this has got to do with contracts. And that contract is locked 15 in at the heart, right? 1953758256455 15. That's the number of the square. And that 15 is a mutual desire. And the mutual desire is what we are looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. Mutual desire, right? The desire that holds us enchained. And there's a double sword element to this desire. It's got the active side of it. It's got the passive side of it. And these two elements then drive home the two different potentials of centripetal and centrifugal essence, right? Because you got the 1, the 2, and the 3. You got the expansive 3. You got that powerful directive 1. And you got the 2 that is balancing this intense potential. And then you've got the 7, which is a deep introvertive driving in. You got the 8, which is a powerful containment. And you got the 9, which is action, right? And so you can see how the 7, the 8, and the 9 becomes an internalizing force. And you can see how the 3, the 2, and the 1 becomes an externalizing force. But that externalizing force gets focused through 2, which means it's internalized. And the internalizing force gets focused through 8, which means it's externalized. So the yang yin is bound within the symbol. So the extripetal and centripetal potentials of the green and the orange are bound in itself, that the one holds the essence of the other within it. That's why they can't let go of each other. And that is this is the structure of the toric field. So this toric field then is driving home, and we speak about the moon Saturn matrix, right? The yellow, the orange arrowhead is the Saturn element of the matrix, and the green arrowhead is the 2, is the moon. So the 2 and the 8, the 2 The 8 is the Saturn, the 2 is the moon, the Saturn moon Saturn matrix, which is dancing around Venus, the north node, and Mercury. Mercury being in the center, representing the spinning, the potential of movement, but at rest. So here we've got the full structure of the cube undressed in the Saturn sigil, which is carrying all 9 elements of the enneagram, all 9 potentials, which is structuring effectively the 9 different spheres that we see when we look at the enneagram, right? 9 numbers, 9 spheres, all within a single glyph. And here we can see 9 relationships, feminine elemental relationships, and masculine, 9 masculine on the left, elemental relationships. And between these 9 and 9, masculine and feminine, we can see 3 fundamental principles that are running as a theme through all 9 of these relationships, which we can see as these 3 fundamental principles, which you could consider as the 3 presences, right? The future, the past, the present. So you see all of this represents the Saturn. And so here we can see, for example, when we look at the central one, which is not an enneagram, but 3 triangles, we see we got the red, the 1, the 4, and the 7, right? And we got the 3, the 6, and the 9, right? And so this is a different representation of the same principle. The difference is the other one is 666. That's Saturn manifesting. This is the structure of two-way manifestation. So we've got the 3, the 6, and the 9 being expressed through these 3 principles, as opposed to just the 666. And so that's quite interesting when you start to make these distinctions and notice these simple differences of intonation between these very powerful symbolic structures that represent the manifestational process. But getting back to, how Saturn is related to Inanna specifically, or how this relates to Ishtar. Ishtar is the gateway to the mysteries. So Ishtar is represented Tara. No. So you see, Ishtar is essentially the empress, if you want to get right down to her, right? Let me get an image so we can see it very clearly. So here we see this image of, I've got to remove this one first, don't I? There we go. Okay, so here we can see the Empress. So this represents Inanna, or Ishtar, if you will. And you might notice as you look at her, she's obviously carrying the Venetian potency, but you notice above her all the life and all the abundance, right? But notice on her clothing, what do you see? You see these red roses and fruits, right? So when you're looking at her and you're seeing all these red roses and fruits, that represents, the red rose is emblematic of fruit and of potential, right? So when you are looking at this Saturn square, this Saturn, the devil card, what you're seeing when you look at her on the left is you see the pomegranates, the fruits on her tail that she holds. There's the subtle ood to Venus's power. This is why Venus is related to the morning star, the day star, the evening star, the 2 elements of Venus, right? Lucifer. And why Lucifer is related to the devil, because of this Venetian potential for the devil to be able to lure you in using Venetian magic. And by Venetian, I mean Venus, not the place, Venice. So that ability to pull you in is by the sign on his right hand that you can see there. Notice the sign on his right hand looks suspiciously like an inverted 4, right? And that sign on his right hand, which is an inverted 4, is surprisingly related to that big belly. So the subtle innuendo here is if you sign this document, you'll have a big belly like me. You'll get all the things you want. That's the way contracts work. The reason people sign contracts is because there's something that they want to get, and they believe that that contract is the means towards getting what they desire. So that desire, which stands at the heart of this contractual arrangement, which represents Saturn, is in fact none other than this particular rosebuds that become fruit and fruity potential, and the passion that's behind her. If you look at where she sits, right? If you look at the passion on her throne, right? The fire, the heat energy, the fire passion on her gown, but it's all very much pure. It's purified passion. And you might notice as well on her head a crown of stars, Statue of Liberty. So when you start thinking about the Statue of Liberty, what is she holding in her hand? What does the Statue of Liberty hold in their hand, Indy?
Torch.
You mean like this lady? It looks surprisingly similar, doesn't it?
Indeed.
She's showing you the way. Inanna is showing us the way. She dived through the underworld and she came back. We're talking about the story of Christ. We're still talking about rebirth. We're talking about going through the underworld and coming back to be born again, right? Because you're supposed to go to the underworld and not come back. But Inanna transcended the underworld, did she not? She came back.
She did.
So,
It's also said that her story is supposed to represent the idea that spring and summer, which she represents, being stole away into Hades during the wintertime, and then she returns to bring back spring and summer again and be reborn. But
exactly.
Actually, that story
Same
was
as Christ.
also part of Dumuzi's story, because later on he was allowed to come back to the surface for half of the year with his sister Inanna, and then he had to go back into the underworld for the other half of the year. So he becomes also representative of this cycle. But
Yeah,
she
man,
looks
and this
very fertile, like the spring and summer in this image.
This is why Jesus is modeled upon Easter, because it represents being born again, right? The same way the seasons become born again. So that whole perennialism is attached to Venus, and that perennialism is also the substance and the potency and the power that drives the Saturnian principle. So Inanna and Ishtar and Venus and all things that represent that particular archetype are all instrumental and all part and parcel of this Saturnian matrix. And even though we see that this represents an octahedron, right? The maths of the Saturn of the 15, which is what makes up these lines, right? So the maths of these lines make us up to 15. But notice when you go 1, 2 plus 3, right? That 6 is a single 6, right? 7, 8 plus 9, that's 24, right? That's 4 cycles of 6. So we've got 6 and we've got 4 cycles of 6. And then we've got 15. And 15 is the part that doesn't add up with the 6, right? Even though it breaks down numerologically to 6, It's not quite the same as 6 and 6 times 4. So you see how the relationship between the centrifugal and centripetal potential has a deficit of 1:4 ratio, which is why there are 4 elements in the structure of matter. And it's all coded here in this particular Saturnian little glyph that is just so man, it's like the gift that just keeps giving. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't, when you think you're getting to the bottom of the Saturn glyph, right? It comes up behind you and it gives you a clip on the ear and it goes, buddy, you know nothing. Do you find that? Like, the more you look at it, the more you realize you didn't really understand it. Like, you're always starting to understand it. Well, that's what I find. I'm always starting to understand this. Oh, right, that makes, and it just never ends. The how much, it's like a yang and a yin symbol. The yang yin carries so much information in such a simple little symbol, but when you really like unpack it, it's like it'll make you dizzy, you know. So yeah, transformation. Yeah, the transformation is interesting because that comes back to Mars, and that has got to do with Scorpio, right? And Scorpio is obviously related in a fairly profound way because Libra moves into Scorpio. Libra is relationships, the masculine side of Venus. So you could consider that idea of, what did you say about Demuzi, Indy? Also going through a transformation?
Yeah, Demuzi, basically, he was the shepherd god of virility. And so his representation of virility was what allowed him to be able to survive a night with Inanna. But she was the goddess of love and war. So she was very fierce, and possibly in her lovemaking as well. But basically, the transformation that he went through with Ereshkigal was that he negotiated with Ereshkigal to be able to return to the surface for half the year with the aid of his sister, Inanna. So basically, they made some kind of a deal. But basically, what happened was there was a similar deal in the Greek story where Orpheus went down there and played his enchanting music for Persephone and Hades to be able to make a deal. And they struck a deal because he enchanted them with his music. But I'm not sure how Demuzi ended up getting out of that situation. But he went through a transformation in the sense that he really appealed to her because he was able to handle her unlike any other man had ever been able to do. But it's thought that their connection was a seasonal connection. They had this passion for each other, but it was not meant to last. It was a seasonal situation. So after the passions calmed, then she realized that he was not worth her time because he didn't seem to have the devotion. He wasn't grieving for her, and his arrogance became obvious. So she did away with him. But I could learn more about what he did to be able to escape. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, it's just very interesting because, like, I'm hearing the story of Scorpio here being told and how Libra becomes Scorpio. And Libra represents, you know, essentially relationships and romance. And it's the scale. And quite fascinatingly, when you look at the entire let's get it, baby. When you look at the entire, where is it? Come on, baby. Major. There it is. Is that the best one? Let's see. Is that the best one? Let's hope it is. Why is it taking so long? There it is. So if we look at the major arcana here that we can see up here above us, right? What do we notice when we look at Libra? This is very interesting. So the Fool, we see the Fool at the top, but the Fool actually represents both the beginning and the end, right? So the Fool is unnumbered. The Fool is that space between the numerations, right? These aren't numbers. These are relationships between the different spheres, essentially. But what we see then is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we see Libra. Then we see Justice, right? And then we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got a 10 steps. Then we've got that Libra, which is interesting because what do we notice about Libra in the astrological sphere? The astrotheology repeats this in the theme, but that is the point that the sun must cross for the day and the night to be equal, is it not? Yeah. So Libra then represents balance. And the balance of Libra is very, very clear. It's carried there in the scales. So that is the point where summer and winter are literally changing, moving towards each other, where the days start getting longer and the days start getting shorter. So that's the equinox that we're looking at there, right there, Libra. So that's quite interesting that right in the middle of the pack, it's separated in such a way that there's 10 steps moving towards it and 10 steps moving from it. And, you know, obviously there's no accident there at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a similar story where Persephone was stolen up from her mother, and her mother is Demeter. And basically, Zeus made a negotiation so that she could be returned to the surface for half the year, because Demeter caused a global famine out of her sadness and her grief of having lost her daughter. So Zeus made it so that she could come back to end the famine, and she brought back the fertility for half the year and then was returned back to her husband in Hades. So there's a story there of how the seasons play into that story as well. And the other story I was looking for was with Persephone and Demeter. But I always consider there to be a male role where there's like a husband figure. But it wasn't really the case. It seemed like Zeus helped liberate her from Hades, but her man was Hades, and that's where she wanted to be. But she had a responsibility to come back to the surface for her mother's sake. But Zeus kind of helped negotiate, so he kind of played a role. Maybe he wanted to have a little fun with her half the year. I don't know if that was part of the story. But he was quite the wild man, Zeus. But that's an interplay of Jupiter coming in to rescue her from Pluto, and no real sign of where Saturn plays into that story just yet. But I'm digging on it.
So, Franklin, I shared an image in the queue. And so I kind of asked myself a question because I'm thinking about the Kabbalistic tree of life. And it talks about how Kether takes the top and it basically descends down into matter to create the soul. And I'm thinking to myself, if I take the tree of life and I flip it upside down, does it create materialism? And when just thinking about it, I made this chart, and sure enough, it does. So, for example, so basically the idea is Kether, which is represented as white, is represented as God, and that's the ultimate reality, which is at the top. But for a materialist, matter is the ultimate reality. So I basically put Malkuth at the top. So dark matter is basically the part of the universe that's kind of like totally unobservable, you know, beyond our perception, whatever. Then when we get for the Assad equivalent, that's where matter actually becomes something that's observable. There's actual, measurable particles and stuff. And then with like Had, those particles then take on certain like rules, and there's sort of like laws of physics. Then you have like Netzach with the more, just the sort of the general energetic relationships. And then when those two sort of synthesize, they create like a biological life force, like a plant or single cells or whatever. And then when that evolves, you have the animal id, which is sort of the, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the animal herd mentality represented as Hesed, which is sort of the part of the, the group mentality. And then for the supernals, you have the sort of the unconscious mind, which is led from the animal id to that. And then the subconscious mind, which is more kind of the religious, cultural backplace of your, perception, being led by Hesed. And then the ultimate sort of materialistic emergent property of the self emerging down here. So what this demonstrates is if you just take the tree of life and you flip it upside down, it just turns into the materialist philosophy. And I just find that, so incredibly fascinating, because if we're talking about Saturnian magic, essentially, this is the real tree of life that people are being brainwashed by and don't realize actually exists. Because I think about what the clip-off essentially is it represents duality in God. So it's kind of like basically God fighting Satan and the eventual tumult and chaos that comes from those two fighting together. But materialism is ultimately a monistic philosophy. So I just took Kabbalah, the Kabbalistic tree of life, and simply put it upside down. And this is interesting too, because when you think about it from the context of free will, because from the other side, when you start over here, the self is usually sort of thought of as being in Malkuth, and having the link from Yesod to Tiphereth, there's a clear line of a sense of self. There's a sense of free will. But when we take the tree of life, when we flip it outside, now there's a very clear and noticeable gap. So Da'ath then becomes the gap in between, your ego consciousness and your true sense of self. So in a materialist sense, you don't know what your sense of self is. And that's why a lot of these people become deterministic, and they don't believe in free will, because they just see everything as being the action of matter, being basically Malkuth, basically playing the role of Kether, and then going the opposite, which is different than the clip-off tree of life. But I didn't think about the tarot implications, like the tree of life, but maybe you guys could go more into. I didn't put that. I just kind of put this together really quickly, but there could be some interesting implications found when we consider all the tarot paths too, and maybe that could play an interesting narrative. But yeah, it's interesting that this seems to make sense when you just flip the thing around. It creates a completely different ideology.
Yeah, that's well spotted. I think it's quite relevant, because materialism is like exactly what you're getting at here. That is essentially when we become, what's the word? When we become duped and we become locked in to this one in such a way that we become prisoner to the ideology. And I think that's what this shows us. Why can't I show that on the board? What the heck? Wait, can you give me a second? Yeah, that's what this shows us, right? This shows us that the inversion, basically. I mean, Kether is something that is, it has no structure, right? It has no form. It has no embodiment. And when we are resting upon Kether, it's like you're resting upon proverbially nothing. And so there is no foundation. And if the foundation is above your heads, then you are lost in underneath the foundations of things. And then you don't have a clear place to stand. And if you don't have a clear place to stand, then you can't have understanding, right? Because you need to be able to stand in order to understand. It involves the principles of Horton and Netzach operating together in synergy so that Tiferet can become the channel through which we understand. So it's very interesting, you know. It's like doing a headstand. You're not going to get anywhere if you're doing a headstand. You're like you're stuck. I also think, like, when you're looking at this particular image, I don't know if you guys can see it bigger. You just have to zoom in. I don't know if you guys on phones, but if you look at well, what have they shown here? Bio life force, prana. You see, number 6 actually represents Venus, and if we see the Venus of number 6, then you can see that it represents all of these living principles. Yeah, like there is the embodiment of number 6. So why is it doing this? Very strange. When you're looking at number 6, you're looking at this essentially, right? And now I don't understand why it's doing that. Are you guys seeing the whole card or just the bottom part of it?
Maybe you have it zoomed in.
Just the top on my side. But you can scroll down though.
How did I zoom it in?
I don't know.
I didn't zoom it in though. Hold a moment.
Might be too big for the page it's on.
No, but it wasn't earlier. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Earlier it was fine. It just suddenly became too big, like the image itself changed, which is just bizarre. Let me re-upload it and see if it does that again. Because it really... Oh, duh. Yeah, thank you, Cosmic. That wasn't an image that I'd uploaded. That was a screen. That was a screen share. I prefer to get the images myself because that does make it much more useful. So there we go. So you can see here when you look at her, what she's got all around her is the forces of life, right? Everything around her is alive. She carries that passionate energy that means life. This is why Venus between a man and a woman will lead to childbirth. So that is quite an interesting point that you make here, Cosmic. You know, it all seems to add up really nicely, and I think that does specifically relate once again to the story of the underworld, does it not? Inanna traveling into the underworld is the tree of life inverting, and that journey into the underworld represents not being alive. And if you look at this image, it represents diving into the underworld in a sense and not being alive. And I think that's what materialism represents. What signs are on the dress? Let me put it back up for you. Let me get a nice... There it is. There it is. Hopefully you'll be able to see it now. So there you can see. I've always thought of it as relating to flowers and fruits. Flowers and fruits. I mean, you're going to get different peoples with different opinions that say it represents this. It will represent a rose because a rose is sacred to Venus and Inanna. But I think it also represents fruits because the whole idea of a rose represents fruiting. And pomegranates is something that people will say as well, because it's red, and you'll see the pomegranate theme is often used by the Jewish mysticism, and you see the pomegranate theme being used here on the tail of the lady.
Female's tail. Yeah, in the story of Persephone, the reason why she died and had to be brought to Hades was because she ate the seed of the pomegranate. So that ties in with that as well. But as far as Eurydice, she got bit by a viper and she died from snake venom, and that's why she was brought to Hades.
Yeah, so I think, like, bringing it back to the materialism thing. Shall we call it a curse? The materialism curse. That materialism is brought about by this particular matrix, right? And all those people that have written books about the moon Saturn matrix and how it's related to the Illuminati and all this other gobtrobble nonsense. Yes, the Illuminati used the moon Saturn matrix because it's magic. You want to understand magic, you got to understand how the moon and Saturn operate. But these two, number 8 and number 2, as the two points of the arrowheads that are centrifugal and centripetal forces operating together to sustain the vortex, the potential of spinning around the central axis, the blue axis, which is the potency and the power and the essence behind the toric field that is manifesting reality. Those two potentials is essentially the moon and the Saturn. And so the moon represents the unconscious, delving deep into the unconscious, and Saturn represents structuring and organizing principle. So there's this unconscious going deep into the unknown, deep into the proverbial bowels of mind and consciousness, and then there's the Saturnian element to come out and structure and organize everything. And that organizing, structuring potential of the unconscious, you could say, represents the demiurge. And so when we look at the demiurge, you can see now why the demiurge in ancient times was represented as the one, the snake, the lion, and the snake, right? And the snake is an interesting potential here, because the snake represents those forces which are Venetian, you see? So when we're talking about 1 and 6, we're also talking about 4 and 6, because 1 manifests through 4. And you can see quite clearly here, I'll show you what I mean. When we look at the enneagram, I hope you guys can see this well. But if you look at the number 1, right? So you got the 9, which is the complete. Then you got the 1, 2, 3. Then you got the 4. 4 represents the rest, right? Yeah, 4 represents rest. So you got 1, red, 2, blue, yellow, 3. Then we're back on red, but now we're representing the rest between yellow and blue. Then we start with our next cycle. 5, blue, yellow, and red, 5, 6, and 7. And then 8 represents the rest between the next yellow and the 3 that came before. And then 9 represents the rest between these two extreme principles within itself of 1 and 8. So you can see how the circle of 3 triangles is moving here. So you got 1, 2, 3. You got the sun, you got the moon, you got Jupiter. 1, 2, 3. 4, you got the north node, right? That's Rahu. Then you got 5, you got the beginnings of motion. 6, the harmony of the law. And 7, the internalization of the spirit. And then you're sitting back on the structure again with 8, right? Where 8 then becomes the blue that stands dependent. So you can see how beautiful the structure works. And you can see that 8 and 4 are octaves of each other. 4 represents stagnant rest. 8 represents active rest. In other words, there's a rest involved in 8, but it's active and it's productive and it's moving. 4 is knowledge that's stagnant, belief related. 8 is structuring information that's active and structuring. So 4 is the blueprints for the structuring of the universe, and 8 is how that comes into being, time. So time relates to the number 8. And so the 4 and the 8 here are really, really important. And notice quite interestingly enough, right, that 8 is double 4 and 4 is double 2. So you've got the 2, the 4, and the 8 as a fundamental trinity, right? Where 2 plus 2 plus 2. Sorry, 2 times 2 times 2. Which is really interesting, brings us to 8. Yeah. So you could think of 8 and 4 as being octaves of 2. So this relationship between 8 and 2 is rather like fundamentally important and represents the waters. And the waters of the hanged man represents the firmaments above and below us. So the 8 and the 2 hold the firmament, right? That's the moon Saturn matrix. And that's the moon Saturn matrix that we can see being reflected. Oh, what is going on here? It's being difficult, ladies and gentlemen. That's the moon Saturn matrix we can see between these two centrifuges here of the 8 and the 2. So there's a very powerful story being told to us about how the internal and the external, the unconscious is what swallows everything up into it, like entropy, right? And the 8 is that which structures things outwards, which is the opposite. But 8 brings towards itself entropy, and 2 brings towards itself creative potential. So 2, the moon, is the womb that from entropy brings out new life, and 8 being the structuring aspect of, you know, the structuring element of consciousness, God, whatever you want to call it, that implements the law, is what brings about the decline through entropy of an entropy. So these two are like the fundamental echoes through which the continuum of this physical temporal reality exists, because it has to have written into it temporal, but the temporal is part of an illusion because nothing is ever created or destroyed. So the Saturn moon matrix represents the illusion, the Maya of life and death. And the moon rules over life and death because that's the moon's powers, for she brings life. And Saturn is the contract that manifests the law between life and death. So that's quite interesting when you think about Saturn in the courtroom, the guy wearing the black Saturn cloak, right? And like looking like old Father Time with the hammer in his hand, Thor's hammer, right? He's wielding Thor's power, yeah, which is quite interesting. That's the expansive power that he's wielding that we see in the belly, Jupiter here. So it's all of these things seem to go like round perfect little circles. And they all point back to this material potential of the Saturn and the moon matrix. So getting back to your story, Cosmic. Where's Cosmic's image? Cosmic stole his image. There's been a theft here, Cosmic. Cosmic stole the image and ran off to Sandwich Land. He took it with him.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to look?
No. I was just gonna say that that's an inversion that you're showing. You could see the polarities of Kether as being the extremity of the unconscious, right? And Malkuth as being the extremity of conscious. reaching into matter. And so when you invert that, then you are moving from an unconscious place. Does that make
Exactly.
sense?
Yeah, because in a lot of ways, their entire philosophy is that everything is secretly, moving by unconscious forces, and your aspect of consciousness is kind of an illusion. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like Gnosticism in reverse, because Gnosticism is basically the idea that you are trapped in this false world of matter, but you have a divine spark and you have free will and you can escape to the pleroma. Where the materialists are like, we're trapped in this false pleroma and you have this illusionary divine spark, and come, let us escape to the true realm of matter and physicality and escape that. So in a lot of ways, it's like an inverted form of Gnosticism too, where matter becomes the primary reality and the spiritual is then seen as the false matrix that humanity has to escape from.
Exactly. That's well put. Namaste, D-Love. How are you doing? I see you here with us. And Vince and Hollowbone Hawks, you guys are still with us. And Chaya and Patricia, namaste. How are you doing? Big love. It's Jewish mysticism. I'm not sure what you meant or which part is Jewish mysticism. If you think the Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism, I would say it isn't. I would say it has been used in Jewish mysticism, but it's way older than Jewish mysticism could ever dream to be. That's what my thought would be like if I were to go Tree of Life, Mesopotamia. So people don't realize this, but the idea of Sephirotic ascension is not a Jewish idea. It's a very early Mesopotamian idea that basically, that's not a very good image. Sorry, I can't change that. It's basically a very ancient, this is always such a beautiful image to show. There we go. So the idea of, where's that image gone? There it is. The idea of Sephirotic manifestation is an idea that the Chaldeans were throwing around. The Akkadians were knocking out this idea as well. It's not a new idea at all. And it goes right back, like way before Judaism had ever been thought up. Before anybody had even considered the idea of a possibility of maybe fantasizing about, possibly dreaming about something that could one day be thought about and at a later stage be considered and then be named and then be actualized to become Judaism. That's what we're talking about, like way back there. And
Tree of Life is supposed to represent the goddess. In Asherah, her name was translated to the Tree of Life. But she was represented by a pole, which they would make from the Christmas tree, which represents her, and it would turn into the maypole. But they also made statues of her as well that resembled the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was also represented by Ningshita, who was the first to carry the caduceus staff, but he was portrayed as having serpent on each shoulder. And these bird figures here are 2 of the 7 Upkalu. And initially they were represented of wearing a fish hat or like a fish over their head with like fish scales as a cape on the back. But then later they were represented as birds. These same birds were seen to be represented in the Mesoamerican ruins too. So that's pretty interesting.
yeah, so like the Jews did a great job of preserving the knowledge. Respect to them for preserving the knowledge, but they can't claim to own the knowledge. The knowledge has been there before them. It's very, very ancient. and it has moved through culture, through culture, through culture, through culture, and it's always been there. You can even see it in the Vedic knowledge when you look at the the Sushumna and the Ida and the Pingala crossing over each other, and at the top you have the circle with the two petals, which is the Ajna chakra point, which represents the Ida and the Pingala coming together in the Sushumna. That's basically the caduceus, which is basically, when you look at it, that's what the tree of life is basically explaining to you. This ancient mystical knowledge that has been carried and reflected in so many ways. And the Arabics had a very clear concept of the nine spheres, and they hid it in plain sight in their mystical tradition, which is known in terms of exoteric sense as the Qibla, not the Kabbalah, the Qibla. And the Qibla exoterically is facing towards Mecca. And what are you facing when you're facing Mecca? Let's think about it, ladies and gentlemen. You're facing one of these, right? You're facing a cube. And the cube is the structure of Saturn, right? The forces of creation. And that cube that you're facing at Qibla carries within it the enneagram, the knowledge and the secret of how the 9 spheres interact. And so the enneagram is the true ancient idea. And I don't mean the enneagrams as we're depicting them here today. I mean the principles, the fundamental principles that are considered as enneagram, right? Like I've taken Chaldean ideas and put the Chaldean ideas together here to produce this enneagram. But the Vedic idea of the enneagram, there is still a Vedic enneagram today that is used like this. There's different kinds of astrological charts that you can get in India. One of them, it looks like this. It looks like these 9 blocks. They literally draw it as 9 blocks. And I've seen the guy draw it for me before when they study your hands. And they'll draw these 9 blocks. They'll draw a little, and they'll calculate the positions of the 9 planets as per your physiology, and give you an idea of the astrological numerological potentials as it relates to this. So it's very, very interesting how universal and how ancient these blueprints are. Yeah, Vince, it's a blueprint, man. It's the 369. It's the structure, the architecture of the universe. And Tyr is really interesting because I noticed, D-Love, you mentioned Tyr. The ruined Tyr is here in the structure, isn't it? Which is really beautiful to see. Let me bring up an image for you guys, just so for those that don't know. It's called tiroirs, I think. Is it called tiroirs? Is that right? Let me know, guys. Tiroirs, that is the same rune as Tyr, isn't it? Just let me double check. Tiroirs. Where am I getting that from? Tiroirs is the same rune as Tyr. I think it's the same one from different cultural ideas. Yes,
No.
Tiroirs is the older reconstructed Proto-Germanic name for the exact same runic letter called Tyr in Old Norse. Yep.
That's where Tuesday comes from two. Tyr became Tuesday. Mars Day.
Yeah, man. So Tuesday, look at that structure there. What do we see? We see a 90-degree angle.
The god of war.
We see is that a 90-degree angle? Is it more than a 90-degree angle? It's a 90-degree angle.
90.
Broken. Seems like that. And well, I suppose that's just the way that it's been stylized, like in that particular drawing. But here you can see that this is part of a cube. Can you see it here? In the sigil? If you see it, the line from 3 till the center, where it crosses with the same line that comes from 9. So 9 and 3 move over the corner of the block of 5, right? Where the green moves, and there they meet. And there it goes towards 4, the blue. And that's like the side of a cube. And if you look on the other side, it's facing the other direction. It's also the side of a cube. So it's quite interesting when you look at it in that way, just to see exactly, we've got this notion here of this idea. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely carrying the blueprints, of Tir, or Tiwas, the rune, which is Mars, and so that's suggesting that at the heart of this diagram, what it's suggesting is that the number 9, Mars, sits at the heart of the diagram, and that is what we're talking about. The enneagram is the story of Mars, right? It's Mars's story. So that's why Mars fits so beautifully with the story, because you see the nine spheres fitting together hold the structure, and in order for this to happen, you have to have all 9 planets. And when you have all 9 planets together, the physical action is expressed by Mars, of the other 8 combining. That's why in Chaldean numerology, they only count 8 numbers, because the 9th number, Mars, is the actualization and the movement produced by the eight numbers. So they see the 8 numbers as sitting within and the 9 acting them out. So they don't actually add up the 9th number into the numerological calculations, but they take the 8. It's really interesting. You understand what I mean? Am I making this clear, Indy?
Yeah, I'm still trying to visualize it, though. It seems like there's like a plane there with a diamond that looks like a plane of a square on its edge. I'm trying to visualize like those other 2 angles above and below that diamond seem like they could be the above and below sides of the cube, but they're like not complete.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like you can go back to that image, Franklin, of the. Because I think I can kind of explain it.
Here's what I'm talking about. The Chaldean numer cipher. Sorry, this is I drew this for my boy on his green board so that he could get a look at it and see like the origins of these numbers and how they work. But you can see here they only count up till 8, but in consolidation of the numbers, they do add it up to 9. This one, Cosmic.
Wasn't G in place?
Yeah, so basically the way I kind of look at that, like you see like the parallelogram and you kind of think of it like as like a square, but looked at from an angle, and the line that's going through the middle is kind of like the line of like the inside of an open box. And then the top 3 is like the edge of a box facing forward towards, like the corner, whereas like the bottom 3 lines over here is like the inside of the corner looking within a box. So in a way, it actually kind of applies like several cubes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's got a whole lot of cubes in there, hasn't it? It's a never-ending cubic story. It's a whole lot of cubes all cubed together.
It's very
what were you saying,
Tesseract-like.
Yeah, exactly.
I see where the central diamond unites like the top and the bottom of a cube. If you were to take the diamond out though and like draw a straight line from the edges of the arrow on the top to the edges of the arrow on the bottom, it would be like a strange cube, because basically the line would have to cross through. If you take the line from the edge of the arrow to the other edge of the arrow and the peak of it, it would be a line that would go as like a diagonal from the front of the cube to the back of the cube. But if you take the line that starts at the edge of the arrow and then goes down past the peak of the other arrow, then it would connect to the front edge of a cube. And then you could like fill in the rest of the cubic parts. But the diamond doesn't really fit into it, though. That's the way I see it.
You know, I think the image would be easier to visualize if the two triangles had like a different color inside them, like maybe like a slightly different like shade of gray to make it look like a kind of like a three-dimensional. Like if you look at the inside of the diamond part, I visualize that as like a square hole opening, and then the diagonal line is like the corner of the square. So some shading would make it more visible, I think.
So I guess what I'm saying here is like the arrow that would be on the top left would be the front edge corner. The arrow on the bottom right would be the back edge corner of a cube.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And then in the center, can you see that those two arrows are pulling apart?
Yeah.
They're actually dismembering a cube.
Okay.
So they're dismembering a cube, and in the process of dismembering a cube, you have two cubes forming on either side.
Yeah.
So we're talking about above and below.
Cool.
Yeah, you notice with the sort of square diamond shape that the lines that sort of extend to the side are sort of run parallel with the cube shape, sort of informing. It almost kind of looks like a tic-tac-toe grid, like nine. It's almost like there's like 9 cubes that it sort of implies with its geometry.
Exactly.
And I always see that like the 5 is like the mysterious element in this diagram, because like the 5 I equate with Da'ath in the Sephirothic labyrinth, which is usually hidden because it's the root of everything. In 5, it represents transformation and change, which they say there's only one constant in our world, and that's change. Things all change. They say everything changes, but nothing is lost. It's a good Spangle album. But basically, when they created the 64 trigrams from the 8 different initial I guess it is 64 6-sided grams. I'm not really sure. But basically, you get 8 different trigrams from taking all of these corner squares.
You mean the I Ching, yeah?
Yeah, and they created the I Ching from this. But the corner squares were used to represent 8 different trigrams, but 5 was left out. So that's where they get 8 from the 9.
Yeah, and so that's interesting. Like the Chaldeans were really banging on about this, and that's what I was talking about earlier as well, you know?
Yeah.
So here's the Chaldean numerological cipher, right? So that there are no, you see 9 represented? There's no 9.
Mm-mm.
But 9 is in the calculation. So let's say you take the number, the word, let's say a ski e so if you say a c I G A S. Let's say you make that word. Aki A C I G A S. Akigas. Akigas. So if you wrote the word Akigas, hypothetically, like if that was a word, it would be the number 9 carried by the vibration of that word. So 9 does exist within the Chaldean numerological system, but within the cipher, it doesn't. But it spells out 9 in names, which is really interesting. It's one of those, if you talk about interesting, Sumerian numerological cipher is even more ridiculous.
What really strikes me in this, so go ahead.
No. I was just going to say it's confusing to my brain to try and think of how the Sumerians did it. But please continue.
What really strikes me in this is like number 4 being DMT, which
Yeah, I
is
was just going to say that.
dimethyltryptamine. But 4 is the homophone of death in Chinese, in kanji. So like at death, that's when you experience DMT to like see the other side. But also when you're born, you release vast amounts of DMT when you're first born. And so we also use it as the dream molecule when we sleep in the small death, and then we get reborn in the morning time.
And in Fey magic, the number 4 represents reaching a new infinity threshold, which a DMT trip would do something like that.
Yeah.
You'll notice that the Chaldean cipher, and this is quite interesting. So B is 2. Yeah, okay. So a lot of them is going to be the same. Notice that G is 3. In Hebrew, G is 3. D is 4. In Hebrew, D is 4. Okay. That's not that difference, right? H is 5. You'll notice that these fit very tightly with what became the Hebrew script. And you'll notice how English is modeled upon the same. I mean, Phoenician, go figure. Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, all of those Semitic scripts and English, they're so embedded within each other. They literally embed with each other. But it's interesting how the number T comes back to 4. Now, in English, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. In English, T is 2, right? Just to give you an idea, to see where we've changed. But in Hebrew, Tau is 400, which is the number 4. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Okay, L is still 3 in English, and it's 3 in Hebrew, Lamed, 30. But yeah, so that's basically an interesting perspective, just what they've got here. Just how all these things work together. 6, the U, V, and the W, that's basically Hebrew, right? That resolves into a single letter, yeah? Or splits from a single letter into 3 letters. So that's, going from 24 to 26. And then there's other letters that were also changed and added in. The Y, for example, that was taken out of the I. That takes us to 23. And the J that was taken out of the G, that takes us down to 22. So you can see how all of these fit together. We've got the X. I think the X represents the Tsa. Yeah? Tsa, X. So interesting. But the framework, when you look at the Chaldean, is very closely associated with the Semitic. Or, even though they're not supposed to be by the anthropologist's perspective, right?
Yeah.
You've got to question what the anthropologists are saying. Because when you look at the structure of the language, you go, that's interesting. Can we trust these guys or not? Are these guys shrills?
And 7 is like the number of the Wizard of Oz. And 4, DMT, is also known to be called the Space Elves, which makes me think of Cosmic's interpretation as well. New thresholds.
Yeah, and also OZ, Ozozo, Zith, and O.
Yeah. Cool.
That's interesting. OZ, Ozus, O. Cosmic, you've got your own style, dude.
Yep, Ozozo. It's basically a word that means infinity beyond your conception of infinity.
It's quite a head trip, eh? Infinity beyond the personal conception of infinity. Doesn't that make it quite finite? Sorry. Like the moment you transcend infinity, aren't you becoming finite? Because how does infinity become more infinite than infinity? It must be becoming infinitely finite. I don't know.
Well, like
Maybe
the idea is like you think about multiplying lines. So you think about like a horizontal line. That's one level of infinity. I can go infinitely to the left. I can go infinitely to the right. But then you add a vertical. Now you got a new infinity threshold. Now I can go infinitely up and infinitely go down. And I could not infinitely do that before. In that sense, you have the infinite capacity within a certain subset of ideas, but there's like infinities within different Zerfaxes. That's essentially the idea is. And so that's kind of like the whole like concept of an infinity threshold is a certain point. And for some reason, like it's centered around the number 4. Because like I think about it like this, it's like you have a dot, and then it's like you have like a line, and then you have like a vertical line that's going through that, and then you have a line that creates like a depth, so it's like that. And then you can kind of create a sphere around that sort of 3-dimensional cross, and it creates like a bubble essentially. So then everything beyond that, you would just take those 4 lines and then multiply them to make 8, and then the next infinity threshold would be like at 64 or something like that. So so the idea is it's like even more infinite than your conception of infinity. It's like it's so infinite you stop trying to basically think of it like this. It's like it's the difference between, you're at a ball factory and you need to count all the number of balls versus literally being in the Sahara Desert and counting every individual grain of sand one at a time and having to do it by nightfall. You're kind of like, yeah, it's not going to happen. And Ozozo is kind of like looking at the universe like that. Like, you know what? It's like, it's so big and so massive. We're not going to probably figure this out anytime soon. So you just gotta kind of like on some level have to learn to accept the mystery of things. It's a very different kind of, point of view. So in a lot of ways, it opens the door for free will, because it's like you have your own infinity that exists outside of infinity. So in a lot of ways, it's like a deeper level of going beyond, deterministic bounds, where you're not just beyond the deterministic bounds of matter, but also the deterministic bounds of your Zarfax, of spirits or whatever. So yeah, it's a very interesting idea to kind of play around with. It's kind of like a state of realization, like nirvana or samadhi or something like that. It's one of those kind of things, but kind of a weird Lovecraftian extra dimensional equivalent of that.
So does cuneiform have like an alphabet? Or did they use different symbols?
I wish I was an expert on the cuneiform language. It would be useful. I think they do, but it's structured differently. Cuneiform. So it's like, it's almost like the ancient Egyptian, what you call it, not ancient Egyptian, hieroglyphics, but it's not. Maybe I can share this.
Yeah, because originally the little arrows weren't there. Once they started to make it embossed in clay, that's when they started to make it into like the little triangle parts. Before that, it used to just be pictographic initially. But
Yeah.
like when they simplified it, it made it easier to break down.
Well, it didn't actually develop. It just there were these 2 scripts. It's interesting. They found one script and they found other scripts, and then some people have tried to say that it developed, but we don't know whether these 2 scripts stood side by side. Does that make sense?
Right.
Maybe the one was used
I like
for
to
one
think
thing.
that like all languages were initially pictographic, because you don't usually go from like a chicken scratch to pictures. You go from pictures to chicken scratch, because people aren't artistic enough to continue writing these beautiful pictures that represent something that makes sense to the eye. Because like Chinese originally was a picture, and now it's like this weird lines. Same thing with Proto-Hebrew. So like if you look at Minoan had two different scripts. One was pictographic, and the other one was more alphabetical. They both were connected to each other. There was more just a simpler way to write the more complex pictographic way.
Yeah, you know, the interesting choice of words that the experts use. We're talking about pictograms here, right? So let's just keep that on retainer. So here we go. Notice how incredibly intricate this language is. That's why I say I think there were two that were side by side. So the one is logosyllabic, right? And the other one, syllabic signs, right? So logosyllabic is a symbolic logogram. It's basically a hieroglyph. So the picture stands for an entire concept. And then the syllabic signs, right, are phonetic. So are we told that Phoenicians were the first ones to create a phonetic alphabet? Is that what we were taught? Am I right? Well, excuse me for swallowing the bullshit, right? Because what we're seeing here are two different forms of script side by side as a single form of communication. Logograms meaning symbols that conveyed possibly an emotional context interpreted by emotional intelligence, and syllabic signs that represented real word sounds, consonants and vowels. And these two were combined. So they would use a combination of metaphorical symbolic logograms, like hieroglyphics essentially, to outline a concept, and then that concept would be defined specifically by phonetic words. Isn't that interesting? So what you're looking at with the chicken scratches, to be clear, is a phonetic alphabet, right? And what you're looking at with the other are the logo. So so that's very interesting. And some of those things would be hieroglyphic oriented. So some of those little chicken scratches would make up a picture, would be like a whole thing, you know, a concept bound in it.
I got a diagram from Britannica that shows the progression from the original pictograph to the cuneiform versions.
Show it up here. Let's see it. I'm always very skeptical when I hear that. Just because they don't have very much to go on. So we know that they are like clutching at straws, trying to, you know, put it all together, because there's only so much we know about these guys, the Phoenicians specifically. Is it in higher resolution by any chance?
It's so weird. Once I shared it, it's not viewable that well. Let me see what I can do. There we go. So here
Can
on
you
the
zoom
left,
in more
yeah, I could zoom in a little more.
and then make that thing the whole page if you can, and then you can tilt it up and down. I don't know if you. I hope people can see it.
I lost the page. It's some kind of glitch. Wait a second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a little better, right? So they basically are showing how the picture turned into these weird lines. And basically, like, I don't get where they got this V on the right,
Yeah,
in
it's
the
far
middle
fetched,
column,
eh?
on the top, and then turned into just a straight line. But
Yeah,
initially,
yeah.
they had this bird on its, like, we're looking at it straight on. Then they turned the bird sideways, which is something we also see with the letter A. Originally, it was the head of a bull. By the time it got to English, the letter A is the upside down picture of a bull head. So if you turn the letter A upside down, it's a bull head. And if you bring the middle line across, it makes the little ears. But the two bottom parts of the A turned upside down and become the horns on top when you flip it. So maybe this was part of language confusion where they flipped the letters on their side. Maybe that's just how the alphabets progress. I don't really know, but they took the bird and turned it on its side. They took the fish and put it on its side. They took the donkey and turned it on its side. Donkey head. So, but basically, this is how they come up with donkey with these weird lines. It doesn't look anything like a donkey, but I like the one in the middle where you could see the progression where it went from actually being a donkey head to whatever the heck that weird lines are. But basically, it's like it's easier to write this straight line stuff when you're just making little imprints in clay, because it's going to be hard to make it look artistic with these little triangular imprints.
You see, that's exactly what I was saying. Was like I've seen them try to prove this before, and I've looked at it and I've got nah. I
Okay.
can see where the original pictograph becomes one of the pictographs. You can see like from step 1 to step 2, right?
Yeah.
You can see the donkey becoming that, but then the next thing it's something else. I'm sorry. And the next thing it's something else. You can see where it goes from the first step to the second step. Yes. Third step, no. I think that just happens to be clutching at that straws because that's the way they used to write, right? As for the one becoming the two, yeah, tricky. Like some of them you can see, some of them you can try and make an excuse for, but there doesn't seem to be a universal thing. Like the ox is ridiculous, the donkey is ridiculous, right? What they're trying to suggest with the final one is ridiculous when you look at the sun and day. Just like, come on, like how did you get to that? Like it's like a magician with a like, look, I got a rabbit in this hand, and oh, I've got a flower in this hand. It's like where did the rabbit become a flower? If you see what I mean, there's a lot of sleight of hand going on in here. And so I think they're making a lot of guesses, and they're trying desperately to make this fit. You see what I'm saying? And in their desperation, they can see that there's a certain thing where that's a donkey, right? The next one, it doesn't look anything like a donkey. Why the hell would the donkey have those funny lines across there? No, man. Nobody draws a donkey like that.
No, but the thing is, you can kind of see where they got it from making the lines straight instead of being diagonal anymore. But then when you get to the sun, then you got diagonal lines again. So I don't freaking know.
Yeah, I mean, just because they're diagonal lines, like I think you can read too deep. I think like what's happened is people have had confirmation bias, right? They've got a theory and they want to prove the theory. Their doctorate, their PhD is depending upon this idea, and if they can wangle enough, find a few things that look similar, and just try and make everything else fit, they can sell their theory to us, right? But I think the truth is that we can't really see a clear connection between the cuneiform and the other writing. We can't. We can see some of it, but the cuneiform is the nature of cuneiform is so is so. Let's look at Sumerian cuneiform script. So, like, you can see anything you want in this, right?
Well, like in the middle one, in the middle column, it makes a lot of sense how they could get it from what they had it from.
I think
not-
those two
not all.
languages just happen to be related, don't you think?
I personally intuitively feel like the pictures were the real images of the actual power of the real language. But I feel like as people got a hold of being allowed to write, they took away the magical letters. They took away the magical sounds. They turned it into some gibberish so that people can't use the magic of language. That's how I feel it came to be.
So here we go. Let's throw this on the table for a moment. Let's just look at the actual cuneiform language and see what we're actually dealing with.
Yeah.
And I've just got one of the forms of cuneiform up here. We can just look at like what a tablet actually looked like, and just when I looked at the actual tablets, I remember going to see them in London, like I don't know, whenever it was. Sorry, that's not the one I want. There, that's the one I want. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I hope we can all see this, yeah? You guys can see it.
I feel it could be fun to make this stuff with like a little imprinter thing on some clay and then fire it up. I feel like that'd be fun. But to me, it looks like stupid chicken scratch. Like to me, if I was like an alien and I came to the planet and I saw some writing, I'm like, what is wrong with these retarded idiots? This makes no sense. If I saw people drawing cute pictographs, I'm like, oh, these people are genius. Look at this art. I could see that this represents something in the real world that makes sense. Now, when we speak words and it's based on the alphabetical meanings of these pictures, that doesn't make any sense. How do these sounds have anything to do with these lines? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's not
exactly
because, like, if you use onomatopoeia and you make the sound of the animal in the picture, that makes sense to me. This is a meow. And then people hear the word, they're like, oh, it sounds like this cat. Okay, I see what you're saying. But we make things so far removed from what they initially represented that these weird lines and these sounds don't make any sense to somebody that's not familiar. So to be able to teach people this stuff is very complicated. It's not intuitive at all. So I feel like we need to get our language back to an intuitive level where somebody could decipher what the meaning is without being taught. But I think these languages were meant to be secretive. That's why they ended up like this. Or people are just confused and they just got so deranged from playing telephone so many times and things just subtly changing to become obscure. But I really like the idea of us kind of trying to figure out the roots of our language, go back to the language of the birds. Like, where's that magical language of power? And I feel like Aramaic, whenever I hear Aramaic translations of like biblical passages, I am blown away as to how mystical and beautiful these words are. It like conjures up in you this beauty of language that is so deep and so insightful and intuitive. Like it just makes you feel things on a deeper level. I feel like they've been trying to get us away from the Aramaic or something older than that really carries a stronger resonance of the soul when we get exposed to it.
Yeah, man. This. It seems to me like this was a highly articulated language that came to Earth from somewhere else. When I look at it, that's what my brain says to me, and I think like there's a reason why that guy who was actually one of the preeminent scholars that studied all these Semitic languages, and why he was shot down in recent decades the way he has been, right? As a fufu, is because this is what he's saying. He's saying that this language didn't just evolve like this. This language It's very intricate. And it got other pieces added into it. Maybe so that humans could understand it better, they made some pictograms to go with it for human consumption, right? Because they were operating on another level. But for humans to understand it, we needed a pictograph to go with it. So they started creating. I think the pictographs
Yeah,
were
that makes
created
sense.
later.
But wouldn't you think that the people that made it end up like this started off with pictographs themselves? But how did they end up with this mess? Like, this makes no sense to anyone ever. Like, how are you supposed to ever think this is supposed to mean something? This doesn't, to me, I'm like, how does that mean anything?
That makes sense. This is probably a conglomeration of so many languages, though.
Yeah.
So that's what the story of Sumeria and the of that planet was. There was so many different groups and races on that planet, and the politics was really complex, as it's sort of pointed out. So the idea is that, you know, if you were to create a universal script out of like 30 scripts, how would you go about it to incorporate a little bit of all the languages into it so that everybody feels like it's their language? Does it make sense? Like, look at the South African flag. Look what it's become. Pretty cool flag, as flags go. But it's trying to incorporate everybody into feeling a part of the flag. It's not just like a re-envisionment of the Dutch flag like it used to be, you know. Like, we're proudly Dutch again. But yeah, we've cranked over the 4-hour point. My dog's going a bit wild. At least he's not threatening to piss on the floor. That's a good sign. But yeah, this language is incredible. Like, when I look at it, my brain just swims in it. And I'm like, this level of intricacy, that's a phonetic language. This is something that they didn't tell us. They told us that, oh, the phonetic languages came much later. But when we look at the cuneiform, no, it's got a phonetic language. It also happens to have some elements of this other kind of language added in, which makes me think that this was incorporated, you know. That's my idea. My idea is they got it back to front. That a group came here, they had this intricate language that they've evolved for like millions of years, that it's reached this point. They can't even remember what pictograms came from, because that was like 500,000 years before now, right? It's gone. But this is the language they're stuck with. They come here, our brains are like, what? We start learning it. We start creating our own pictograms. That's how our brain's going to try and understand it. Oh, those scratches mean this. Let's put that sign next to these scratches, then we can understand it. And then we start to adopt their language to our needs, but we don't. The language on its own is too much for our brains. So we've got our own little pictures that go with it so that we can sort of understand what that means somehow. And then slowly but surely, we drop this off and we go straight towards our pictograms. And then our pictograms becomes our own, much more simplified phonetic language than this language. Because it's an extremely... How many vowels are there in the Sumerian language? How many vowels in Sumerian cuneiform? A-E-I-U. So they don't have O. What happened to O? Is that something that we did? Right? And
They have a O. It looks like 4 straight lines with one triangle on top, 2 triangles on top, 1 triangle on top, 2 triangles on top. And then at the end, there's a triangle facing in towards it. It's the letter O in Sumerian cuneiform.
so they have 16 consonants and 4 vowels.
1, 2, 3, 4. I got one with 5 vowels, but the U is very simple. It's just one small triangle that goes to the left.
Could that be a later adaptation? Could
'Cause it
that be...
seems like it could be part of the O, like it's a variation of the O, maybe.
You're looking at Sumerian cuneiform, not Akkadian, huh?
Sumerian, yeah.
Interesting. But anyway, it's a really interesting. I think, like, it's something that's so tricky that we wouldn't. I don't think we will just be able to just figure this out from looking at like tablets and rocks. Especially, are you aware that most of the Sumerian tablets haven't been studied?
Yeah, like 95 to
kept-
99% have never
Yeah,
been translated.
that's crazy. Like, excuse me, that's crazy. We think we fully understand this language. We do not fully understand this language. Like, when you look at the preeminent Sumerian translators, they even acknowledge the limitation that they had in expressing this. So it's not a language whether we've cracked it and we've fully understood. I think the reason that they haven't translated all those cuneiform, you know why that is? Because they can't. How's that? And they don't want to acknowledge that they can't. That's what I think personally. Because it's much more complicated, and they don't want to show us that we really don't understand what it is. We can't really figure it out. We figured out some little pieces of this and this, and what we have, we've sort of. Emmanuel Kant. Somebody mentioned Kant today. Who was it that mentioned
It
Kant?
was
It
me
was you.
earlier.
Yeah. I always had to blurt out, like, he sounds like a bit of a cunt to me. Anyway, thank you, brothers. It's been an honor. We've cranked over the 4 hour, 24 hour, 4 hour, 4 hour, no toilet, no shower. Huh? 24 hour full power, no toilet, no shower. Dear Cosmic, if there's any last ideas you want to throw on the table, now is your table.
Well, I think I'm good for now.
I wanted to mention that the Axis Mundi is like a worldwide understanding and symbol that's traveled from China, India, Greece, Ireland, and Mexico. And they leave out of this the Mesopotamian and Norse understanding. In Norse, they have the Yggdrasil. And then in Sumer, I mentioned earlier, Nengishida, who was like very wise and associated with the caduceus, considered to be the first carrier of the caduceus staff. Now, on a similar note, we have Ninurta being the son of Enlil, being representative of Saturn. And he was the god of war, agriculture. Well, they put war on the end. He was the god of agriculture, floods, hunting, law, and war. But he was the son of Enlil, who was represented by Mars, the god of war. But the Akkadian version of Enlil was El, who was represented as the ruler of time and primeval father, who was also associated with Saturn. So El had a son that was named Ninurta in a previous understanding in Sumer, but the later Akkadian version of his father was also representative of Saturn. So it's a bit strange how that proceeded. But of course, we have his elder brother Enki, being representative of Mercury. But later on, Mercury was represented by Nabu, the god of literacy and writing, who we're familiar with as Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was the follower of Nabu. That's what Kadnazar means. But as far as the handmaiden of Inanna, it wasn't exactly a handmaiden. That's what we've interpreted it as today. It was her vizier. And that was like an older name of an assistant. And there was another name they used too, her vizier or something else, but can't remember what. But that's about everything I had in my notes I never got to put forth into the show. Thanks to everybody in the chats and everybody watching out there. And special shout out to Chaya, for giving us some really awesome input on desire earlier. Appreciate you, Chaya.
Is Chaya still here? Chaya, or you still is
Chaya
Chaya
may
left the
still
building?
be here. She has
Has
been.
Chaya
She's
left
at
the
work
building?
Saturdays, so she's been
Oh,
busy
shit.
working, but she's listening in.
Well, dear Chaya, I don't know if you know, but Chaya, you called her Kaya. Do you know what the word Kaya means in Xhosa or Zulu?
What does it mean?
I think it's Zulu as well. I know that in Xhosa, Kaya means house, home.
Cool.
Kaya means home in Zulu as well. In Zulu and Sotho, I think Sotho too. I think it's universal in Southern Africa.
Nice.
Kaya is Zulu. Ntlo. Ntlo. Okay, not in Southern Sotho. Ntlo. But anyway, it's Kaya. Well, they say it's Ikaya, but when you're actually speaking, it's Kaya. But then you'll add vowels. That's the way that Xhosa, the Zulu language, you add the vowels to it. You know, you'll say Bakaya, or like that's lots of homes. You know.
And then we have like our bigger home, Gaia.
Gaia, yeah, man,
Yeah.
Gaia. So she might appreciate that.
For sure.
Chaya and Gaia and
And
Kaya.
Chaya means shade, which is like when you're at home, you're in the shade.
Yeah, interesting. So that they all sort of converge. All these languages, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. The
Man.
shade goddess, the wife of the sun god.
Dear Vince, big love. Namaste to you, dear Vince, and to D Love, and to Chaya, and to everybody else that's still around. Sending you peace, love, honor, and Bernadine, if you're still around, and everybody else that's going to watch this retrospectively. I hope you guys are having an absolutely fantastic, or as I say, fantastic-tabulous weekend, and that it just keeps getting better. And you can make it better by smiling more, because the more we smile, the better it gets. So let's smile more, make life get better, and get better at smiling more for life to get better. Om Namah Shivaya to everybody. Peace, love, harmony. Cosmic, there was anything else you wanted to say, brother?
No, not really. I got everything I needed to say today.
Well, it's been an honor being here with you guys, Cosmic, Indy, as always, and with the Honorable Howard. Pity he's on a damn, I almost swore, iPhone. My son calls him iPhone. I can't even do it. He goes, iPhone. Like, I don't know. He's been hearing Americans talk about iPhones. So he tries to get this American pronunciation when he says iPhone. This is so cute. It's so funny. My girlfriend always makes a point of giggling about it. Yeah, Bernadine, 6.7 earthquake, Sumatra. Oof, sounds heavy. 6.7 is quite a bit of tilt, huh? That's enough tilt.
7.7 yesterday in Flores.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, peace and love to everybody. They're going to need it. Let's hope they can rebuild their house. Let's hope their kayas are going to be okay, and that they're going to be safe and have enough food to eat and be able to cook their food, find drinking water. For the rest of you, send out some prayers, silent prayers to the people in need. Sending you all love, peace, and honor. It's been an honor having you all here in the chat with us. Thank you guys for joining us. And I hope you left with more questions than when you arrived. Big love. Om Shanti.